around or try to convince you that you're something less than what you actually are and all this. They're the shitheads that are fat. They're the problem. They're projecting. They're the shitheads who are fat. Like, they're the problem, right? And so I for 20 years I let like Puffy's bullshit just ride. But I mean, now that they've got him in court, like, you know, now I'm ready to fucking swing that pendulum, like, pretty much, you know, because it's like what he did to the music industry on top of it is really fucking bad, you know, like, really fucking bad. The club industry trying to convince a bunch of young inner city Americans of all colors that they could live lives like Puffy. And, you know, it's all about the Benjamins, baby, and all that stupid ass shit. Convincing a bunch of club kids in the inner cities that they could all be banging like Puffy was like the most horrible thing to happen to this country in a long fucking time. It's not that they can't do it, because they sometimes do. It's not that they aren't skilled enough to do it, because they sometimes do. You know, they do it all the time, really. They ball on the streets. And people talk about it all the time. They ball on the motherfucking streets. They ball on the streets. It's a reality. They do. They ball on the fucking streets. They're hood rich. It happens, right? But the problem is trying to present that optics, those optics, that image, and Puffy was pretty much like the first one to do it. It was so shitty, and like, you know, pushing that image to some inner city kids who are never going to reach that reality, fucked up this country so goddamn bad. So then stick up kids became the regular. How were they going to get all that money to buy Sean John, Puffy? How were they going to do that? They're going to sling crack. And that was their whole vibe. They were selling Sean John to the drug dealers and shit. Woo Wear and fucking Fubu and all this stuff, right? And like, I get it, but I mean, like, those kids, like, they knew better too. They knew better, but we did. I did it too. I embraced it. I embraced the idea that money might make me as a man, or instead of my word, or that you know, that you know, or whatever, or that I always needed, I fell for it sometimes. I was like, I need the hottest girl in this city, or I'm not a real man. I used to tell myself this in the mirror. I need the hottest motherfucking girl that everybody wants in the motherfucking city on my arm, you know, French kissing me deep right in front of them, like, or you know, or I can't fuck with it, you know. I need and it sucks. That was objectification of women. That was another part of their whole thing. And they did their fucked up rap and their fucked up bougie hip hop and all that shit. That fucked up kids. It fucked up social media. It fucked up the clubs. It promoted this culture that nobody could sustain. So they were all out robbing each other and fucking trying to do crime in the ghetto and shit and sell crack to people and get them addicted and shit. And you start seeing 12-year-olds slinging crack rocks to 40-year-old drug addicts and stuff. And all this shit is fucked up, you know. You see movies like Belly. And like, I get it, but I mean, like, really all that really the damage was, it wasn't the rap, it wasn't the music, it wasn't the image, or it wasn't it was kind of the image, but you know, it wasn't almost any of the rest of it. It wasn't anything racial or anything like that. The real problem is they were pushing optics that just aren't reachable to almost anybody but the 1%. Nobody but the 1% can ball with $100 bills in a strip joint with Cristal. Nobody but the 1% can actually do that. Even the upper class can't really do that. They can do that once a year, maybe a couple times a year, maybe 10 times a year, maybe once a month. But they're not doing it every day, and they're not making it rain. Trust me, they're fucking not. That fucking make it rain bullshit that Puffy fucking did, it ruined the country. And I wish him to pay some sort. I guess this is it. I wish him to pay, you know. It didn't ruin the country. We've always been great, but it definitely put us through dire straits. We've always been great. You know, it did not ruin the country. It threw us for this terrible loop, and all of our kids think that stacking Benjis and treating women like hoes is cool now. That shit isn't cool now. That's the shit that scumball, piece of shit, drug dealer people like me do. You know what I'm saying? That's not shit that cool people do. Cool people are like winning the Olympics, or fucking, you know, Hollywood careers, or, you know, fucking fashion, or, you know, like making music and stuff, or, you know, I don't know, like even librarians are cool, teachers are cool, everybody's cool, but not piece of shit drug fiends that sling crack to fucking fiends in the motherfucking ghetto so they can buy Sean John. And that was the image that you pushed. Like, you thought that shit was cool. You think that's black identity culture. No, it's shithead culture. It has nothing to do with black identity culture. That's shithead culture. It doesn't matter what color you are. When you do shit like that, it hurts the community and makes you a shithead. It doesn't matter whether you're white or black, or, you know, I could quote Michael Jackson here. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. You know, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. If you're slinging crack in the ghetto to the people that can't sustain that sort of lifestyle, to be dressed up in Sean John with 2 Chainz all the goddamn time. We have rappers literally named 2 Chainz, and that's all Pete Diddler's fault. It's not just that Pete Diddler diddled children. It's also like he pretty much diddled the airwaves for 20 years and convinced an entire like set of generations that money was going to solve all of their problems, and hanging out in the club like they were going to find, like, to quote Hobson, one of my favorite rapper quotes is from Hobson, right? You think you're going to find Romeo up in the club? It's the club. You're not going to find Romeo up in the goddamn club. You're going to find some drug addict dude who works at a 7-Eleven trying to pretend he's got money to buy Sean John because he probably stole it. It is, you know, and I'm sorry, you're not going to find Romeo up in that goddamn club. You're not. And that's the image, and that's the business, and that's the culture. It shouldn't be. MTV didn't even last. It didn't really last, that flashy bullshit culture. It didn't really last. The minute that the bougie rap videos came in, people stopped watching MTV. They were like, look at what this is doing to the kids. They're all about the Benjamins, baby. So they fucking clock on the corner because they think that selling crack rocks for fucking money is more commendable than, like, you know, army service or being a teacher or being a pastor or a fucking, you know, entrepreneur or a businessman or whatever, right? And that shit fucked up our culture. And we didn't have it until Sean P. Diddy Combs. I think the most flashy shit that we had was the Beatles bowl cut and the fact that they wore different suits to their fucking shows. We had performance art like Kiss, but we didn't really have people dressing up like idiots trying to say that wearing a mink coat is like the American dream. You know what I'm saying? That was Puffy. He did that shit. It was like, it's not just him. You can't lay all of this capitalist fucking greed bullshit at the feet of just Puffy. But he was the one who made it mainstream, though. It pretty much lies at his feet. Like the death of the moral fiber of an entire set of generations of kids who grew up on his fucking music and all the people that are influenced by him. And I'm sorry, but there was good rappers out there, like the people that he got killed, like Tupac. There was better rappers that did songs like Changes, that were really trying to change the community, right? You know, I made a G today, but you made it in a sleazy way. Selling crack to the kids. Well, I gotta get paid. Well, yeah. Well, that's the way it is, right? Tupac can't change that. That's what that song was about. Is he can't change the fact that, like, he doesn't want people to grow up short. He want to be a thug or whatever. He was aware of what this did to the black culture, and this is why they fucking killed him. They wanted to bring Sean John in and sell that bougie shit because they're fucking they're venture capitalists. They're fucking greedy businessmen that fucking rape children and fuck around like fucking, you know, Jeffrey Epstein and shit. And they hang out with people like Jeffrey Epstein. It's disgusting. He was probably in Jeffrey's book, frankly. So yeah, that bougie culture, you can suck a dick with that one. Get it the fuck out of here. What the fuck does ghetto kids know about bougie culture? What do they know about Sean John or Cristal? You talk about bumping the bass with the Cristal or whatever. And it's like, man, nah, man. Like, what the fuck does 98% of America know about Cristal? What the fuck was that? You can't lay all of rap on him either. But the problem is when he blew up with it, of course he blew up with it because it's this crazy, shitty, plastic, fantastic culture based off cocaine and money and clothes and shit like this. Of course it was popular. It was just like the 80s. It was fucking popular. It was like, you know, early rap was like fucking popular. It was like really popular. We'd never heard it before. And he did really well with it. And of course he did. But he pushed these shitty fucking music producer ideals on an entire set of generations. And they all grew up thinking that banging the Benjamins was the only thing that they needed to do with their fucking lives, and that's just not true.
It's about Combs, and they were pretty unfiltered.
Teenage pregnancy got worse because all the women were dressed up like fucking like fly girls with their fucking badonkadongs hanging out and all this. And so yeah, the girls started doing that younger because that's what they saw on television, and this hurt us. It hurt us. It did. You know, and it wasn't just him. It was, but he was the one who made it possible. He was the one who brought it in. Nobody had done it like that. Not like him. No, not like All About the Benjamins. No, they were like up in these crazy $5,000 fucking latex suits and shit with these like Lambos and shit. And they were like him and Mace were like tossing out $100 bills and shit. And I was like, oh my god. Like, I mean, what reality do you live in? I don't even know anybody in the upper class that lives like that. What reality do you live in? And nobody in this country lives like that. And you think kids are going to want to aspire to do that? I think some of them did, and they reached it too. But I mean, like, most of them just tried, failed, and became drug addicts. I think basically when they realized that nobody can afford to afford a lifestyle like Sean John. That's not a reachable goal. That's not a reachable goal for me. I mean, I guess it's a reachable goal for me because I'm in show business, but it's not a reachable goal for most of the rest of the goddamn world. It is not a reachable goal. And I couldn't stand it back then. I was like, nah, man, fuck Bad Boy, fuck anybody who rolls with him. And on top of it, I'm fairly sure he got one of my favorite rappers killed and the other one blacklisted. And two of my 5 favorite rappers, he full blown ended their careers pretty much. It's insane. This man was so evil.
And Judas and claim that he wasn't.
And
the
I'm no
only
different from
person
him.
in the rap
I'm
world
different
who
from him in the
behaved
respect that I would
badly.
never touch children,
Right, also-
but that's it. That's it. I would never rape, murder, or touch children or anything like that, or people either, or anything like that. I would never harm a living thing. I'm not like him in that respect. Fuck no. But all the corruption and all the stealing and all the fucking egomaniacal shit and all the bragging and all the braggadocio and all the money, I have all of that in me. All of it, just the same as him. That desire to destroy everybody, that belief that you're better than everybody else in the world, all that money, all that fame, all that glitz, get all those women to suck your dick 24/7 hours, 24/7. You know, the rest of your goddamn life to the point where your dick's chafed. You know, you can't even have sex anymore because your dick's hurts so much because you're having so much sex. Yeah, I've been there, done that. You know, not the money part of it because I don't value money like them, and I don't want to fucking be known for blowing money like that. I'm not stupid. But like, you know, but I did the hedonism lifestyle just like them. All the banging, all the rap, all the gangs, all the bullshit, all of it. And understand that, you know, the only real bad part of almost any of that culture, it wasn't even selling the sex really, was this idea that these people in the inner cities like me could somehow reach the Bentley. No. Not in this world, no. Better to aspire to be Kobe Bryant, frankly, because you might possibly do that. But be Sean John? No. Only 1% of this world could possibly do that. No.
Revealed that she had been a sex worker before she got a record deal and claimed that she had inside information about these freak-offs, these sex parties that Combs would throw that allegedly involved drugs, commercial sex workers, lots of lubricant. I'm sorry, it's part of the indictment. And the civil lawsuits claim that victims were forced to perform in these freak-offs for Combs' pleasure.
The sex workers that I have worked with throughout the years and continue to work with even to this day have worn hidden cameras. I have my own teams. I've seen what they do.
And Wright also said that, quote, anybody who thinks he's not going to talk is crazy.
I believe
the simple
her.
fact that he's not saying more now only means that the people who have been protecting him all along, who put him in position to be such a horror to the black community, still find value in him. He's got everybody on tape. They all know it. And while Wright hinted at big-name celebrities, she never came right out and confirmed who might be involved. Her answers seemed a bit cagey and vague during the interview with Piers Morgan, but on top of that, Wright made some claims that were so jarring that a lawyer in a later segment suggested she could be sued for defamation.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Wright seemed to implicate not only Jay-Z in a abuse scheme, but also his...
Yeah, and I've never liked Jay-Z either, which is a problem. They always said he was Illuminati and kind of deep state, and I wondered.
his wife Beyonce, arguably two of the most famous people on the planet.
She also reportedly claimed that Clive Davis, the famed record producer with credits like Whitney Houston, Barry Manilow, Bruce Springsteen, was the one who taught Combs how to get away with anything he wanted in the music business. Piers Morgan pointed out, rightly so, that Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Davis, they were not there to defend themselves, but that Wright was certainly entitled to her opinion. Wayne, that's
I'm in a pizza mood, and I've been in a pizza mood, and I'm going to go like make an open face pizza sandwich on the grill because it is dinner time. I think. Yeah. I had a late start today, but I mean, I don't know. Been a hard couple of days for me, actually. I had to do, like, yesterday, from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, I rebuilt a shelf. I know that sounds like a repeat story, but no, it is true. I actually rebuilt a shelf for 5 fucking hours to get it perfectly to work. It was so annoying, and I sat there with my family and just worked on it for 5 hours. It was so annoying. I rebuilt a fucking shelf. And I did that at 9 in the morning, and I got off the stream drunk at like 5 or something like that. And that was just yesterday. The day before that, I went to bed at 7 a.m. and I was woke up at 9 p.m. because the repairman was here to fix the chair, but they sent me the parts like 3 months ago, so I don't know where the parts are, and I don't want the chair. You know, I don't want this crappy chair. It keeps breaking. So, yeah. And not because I'm big, it's because it's made shoddily. It's a piece of electronic crap that breaks easily. It's stupid. The minute that the remote broke, it made the chair completely worthless. Fucking so stupid. Or I don't even think it's the remote. I think it's just a piece of shit chair, and I think whatever internal fucking CPU is in this thing, like, broke or whatever. You know, I've never gone through this thing. I've always wondered what was inside here. But it's so full of mobs. I mean, look, right there was 16 mobs or something. It's so full of mobs, I didn't ever want to come in here. Dude, can I get this thing? No. I went way too far south into the pyramids. I need to just warp out now. I'm wasting time. Oh, are you still on me? Yeah, you are. And these are nasty elite mobs. Okay, so... verbena flower. I want to go home and you're still shooting at me. Send me home, fucker. That shovel failed. Because I'm, what, low health? That shovel failed because I have a dot. I guess you can't travel with a dot.
It's dangerous territory for her, no?
Yeah, very dangerous territory from a defamation perspective. The thing is, whether Jay-Z, for instance, decides to pursue her, that means he would have to open up.
to mute trade now. I don't really care about trade. Oops. Here's some connections, nice. And then so do we re-roll? Yeah, I think I do. Refine tier 5 resources. That is a good one, actually. Yeah, maybe I could refine, I guess. I don't know. What's here? Nothing. There's nothing here. I guess I could. How heavy am I? I'm I'm 1267. Okay. Glitched. Yes, I must go to where I'm at. I came where I need to go. So I need to go put on a video.
His life in a very, very public way.
To sue her, you mean?
To sue her.
Yeah.
And so the question is, why do you sue her unless you're looking to prove that you just didn't do anything? One would think that she's probably not. She probably does not have substantial assets and largely judgment-proof.
If you're trying to clear your name, you know, but I don't know how much impact her words would have on his career, his reputation, his livelihood. I will tell you that following Wright's interview, Piers Morgan interviewed DJ Vlad. He's a well-known YouTuber, interviews celebrities, especially from the rap and hip-hop world. And in response to Wright's accusations, he said, quote, Jaguar Wright is known to be a conspiracy theorist. I didn't really co-sign anything that she says. I've never had her on my show, and I don't have any plans to have her on my show. She hasn't had an album in 20 years, and a lot of this stuff is just things she's heard or made up. What do you think of that?
It's certainly these statements have been kicking around for some time. Whether they're getting a lot today now because of the indictment.
Yeah, yeah. And going to more celebrities for a minute, there has been, and we've talked about this before, a lot of speculation in recent months that some of Combs' former proteges, in particular Usher and Justin Bieber, may have been victims of Combs. That they may have been victims of Combs' alleged sexual deviancy, or at the very least subjected to a lot that maybe they shouldn't have been subjected to at such a young age. Usher spent a year with Combs in the 90s in New York when he was 13 and 14 years old. It's been called Puffy Camp. 2009, and then 15-year-old Justin Bieber spent a couple days at the Music Mogul's mansion, or seemingly did, because there were these videos of 48 hours with Diddy that was posted on YouTube, and in one of them, Combs promises to get Justin a Lamborghini when he turns 16. In 2011, Combs and Justin appeared together on Jimmy Kimmel Live on ABC. Combs raved about the young singer, referring to him as a little brother in the music industry. And Kimmel made a comment about Combs buying a Bentley for his son, and then suggested maybe Combs would buy Justin a car too.
When is that coming, that Lamborghini? We talked about this last time.
He had the Lamborghini for a day or two, and he had access to the house, and he knows better than to be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
And that's an interesting comment, and he went on to say that everything ain't for everybody. Now, Wayne, we have dedicated a lot of episodes before to old comments from Combs or attributed to Combs or anything about Sean Combs, trying to read between the lines. When you see something like that, is that potentially relevant to the case, or is there ultimately nothing there?
Well, in real time, nobody thought anything of it. And it's only in retrospect you look back and you say, well, I wonder what he meant by that. It's not particularly relevant. I'm not sure that I can see it coming in. I mean, we're at a point where we're going to take lyrics and put them in.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We did an episode about that too. Look, I always think, could he just be talking about the wild parties, the celebrity lifestyle, or is he talking something illegal? And I wonder if, when this goes to trial, if it goes to trial, although there'll be no cameras, we'll get reports back that jurors saw these old clips. But again, I don't know.
It's a suggestion that he probably ought not talk about what goes on in private. That is not by itself particularly damning.
Okay, well, we shall see. Some interesting updates, to say the least. Wayne Dennison, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Everybody, we're going to continue to follow what happens in the Sean Diddy Combs saga. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, though. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Former music producer for Sean Diddy Combs, worked on his latest album with him, suing him for sex trafficking and sexual assault and harassment. Well, they filed new court documents, and included in those documents was an unsworn declaration from Jones himself, detailing more things he saw, heard, experienced during his time working and basically living with Combs. And in this 18-page declaration, it starts with a promise that he's telling the truth. Quote, I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein, which I know to be true and correct, and if called upon to testify as a witness, I could and would completely testify thereto. Now, he's declaring all of this under threat of perjury, so if he's lying, that's a big deal. Now, if you ask me, I think one of the reasons Jones is doing this is to bolster his credibility because it's come under attack in the public. As we mentioned, some of the people that he mentioned in his lawsuit have fired back against those allegations. Opposing counsel questioned his narratives and motives. So this is an opportunity for him to tell the court, look, I have the receipts. I can back up what I'm saying. I will testify about this. So there are a lot of details that he provides, including background and how he got linked up with and started working for Diddy, and we already covered a lot of that in his complaint on previous sidebars. But according to Jones, he has hundreds of hours of video of Combs in his inner circle.
Oh my God! All it takes is 2 minutes. All it takes is like 2 seconds. 2 seconds can be enough to convict you. And they have like they've got a solid year of recording or whatever it is. And it's like this guy's so fucked. They're gonna get him for every crime he ever did. He's so fucked. He completely cell phoned his entire criminal career. He's gonna be fucked for worse than 50 years. He'll be in jail all of his life. I forgot that he recorded all of this. That's going to sink him. Every time they need to ever stick anything, they can just go consult the goddamn cell phone video. It's going to be terrible for him. He's done. He's gone.
required him to film constantly because he did not like to repeat himself. He said, quote, I quickly learned that from observing him lose his temper with his staff and family if they failed to remember something he said a day or two prior. Jones lists out crimes that he says he saw happen in real time. Quote, I witnessed the acquisition, use, and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. I witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute unregistered illegal
That
firearms.
is frankly a
witnessed Mr.
fucking terrible, terrible combination of drugs. I would never mix all of these. Ketamine only ever by itself. GHB only ever by itself. Cocaine only ever, well, no, you can mix cocaine. Ecstasy only ever by itself, and marijuana and alcohol. Marijuana you can do with any of these, except for I wouldn't do marijuana with probably ketamine, maybe. Ketamine is already a really bad downer. And it depends on what your fucking usage is and what you're used to. But marijuana and K at the same time is sort of a bad idea. Too much downer. Mushrooms is fine, but I wouldn't ever mix mushrooms with X. I wouldn't. Well, I mean, you can. But I just don't really recommend it. They're separate things. They have separate vibes, and you shouldn't mix them. Now I can do all of these at once, and no problem with that. Well, I mean, I have a problem now because I don't have the probably like the tolerance or anything. I'd have to start very, very small, but and work up over like a week or something like that. But I could do all of these at once. But really, I would say that marijuana and mushrooms are fine. Marijuana and cocaine is fine. Marijuana and ecstasy is fine. But honestly, I don't know why you would really mix almost any of those drugs. They're all totally different vibes. You can do all of these all at the same time. And that's if you're gonzo, but I mean, I doubt most of these people are gonzo. I doubt Puffy's gonzo.
Combs provide laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his home.
Also, Sean Puffy Combs is like 55 fucking years old or something like that. What the fuck is a 55-year-old doing banging G and ketamine and shit? Are you a child? I mean, like, that literally to me is like, that is so childish. That is like, it's weird because, and this was my problem. It's one of the reasons why it was so easy for me to become sober. Is I was like, yeah, I've reached this point in my life where I'm about 40, and I just know it's not that cool for me to be lounged around high as fuck all the fuck day on like 5 different substances, being a drug addict. It's just not really cool. It's like you're too old. You have other responsibilities. You got to be getting money from somewhere. Are you homeless? Because if you're homeless, I guess it's cool. But if you're not, then you probably shouldn't be fucked off on 5 different drugs at the age of like 40. That's something that young people should do, technically, in my opinion. There's this point where gonzo doesn't ever end, and you can do drugs very well, but in my experience, the people who continue to do it into their old age, and I've met a lot of people like that, they very much parcel it out very slowly each day, and they have a certain thing that they do very ritualistically that never puts them over the limit and never is something that they can't afford or can't reach. And I've met very functional drug addicts that I've known for a long time and stuff that have done it successfully, and they taught me too. And like that usually has to do with like, okay, you wake up and you know that you puff marijuana all day, so that's just their given. You have to buy like, $1,200 worth of marijuana every year. And then depending on what else you do, it's sort of weird because it's like, if it's cocaine, then I would say just stick to cocaine. If it's heroin, I would say stick to heroin. If it's meth, I would say stick to meth. You can mix marijuana and alcohol and meth just fine, but that's it. I wouldn't really put anything else in there. And it's all about like, what your tolerances is and what you can handle, but definitely putting all of those drugs in your system at the same time is something that you can do if you're doing all of those drugs over and over again every single day. But that's something only really like a Carlos Castaneda type gonzo can do. That's not something that Sean Puffy Combs can do and maintain a fucking job or his freedom or anything like that. He can't do it. And him losing to this court case is proof of it. It's just another person who thought they were goddamn gonzo. You're not gonzo. You just came visiting. And they don't want to hear that. They say, nah, motherfucker, I've been doing this for life. Nah, motherfucker, you're visiting. You're in jail for life. You're in jail for life. You're not. You've always been a tourist. Like real motherfuckers don't go to jail for drugs. I never really did face major possession charges and shit because if I ever got anything that was a scheduled substance of any kind, I immediately knew that it's like you're carrying a fucking C4 bomb in your pocket that can detonate your life, your friends' lives, your family's lives. And when I stepped out of the house, I was like, okay, where is my dope? Is it in my sock? Someplace they're not gonna look. Can I imbibe it before they bust me? If I see the flashing lights down the street or something and it's nighttime, can I dip to my socket? Can I dip to my sock and tear the fucking bag open really quickly? And the answer is yes. And I've had to do that too. I've had to do that a bunch of times. I've lost 17 grams or something to just full blown like torching a sack as a cop came by. You know, but it's better to do that than get busted. It really is. It's just better. And damn it. Like, you know, and so I watched this fucking idiot try to be Gonzo, but no, you're just some weird child molester loser. You're not Gonzo. You shouldn't have been messing with all those drugs. If you've been messing with, like, just like Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp might be Gonzo, but I kind of doubt it, or he wouldn't have ended up in the goddamn court case with Amber Heard. I don't think Johnny Depp is goddamn Gonzo, and that's weird because he played Gonzo. He played fucking Hunter, but he was not Gonzo. He's not Gonzo, or he wouldn't have been up in that court case with Amber Heard talking about strip searching her for cocaine and shit like that, searching her pussy for cocaine and shit like that. That, my friends, is rape. I'm not an Amber Heard fan at all, but understand that, my friend, is rape. If you're searching your girlfriend for cocaine up her pussy, that is rape. That is like, if she doesn't want you there, she didn't want him there. That is fucking rape, and you lost that court case because you're not Gonzo. Gonzo never Gonzo would never do all of those drugs all at once, all the time, without the proper setting, the proper people, the proper time, and all that stuff. You would never have sex parties because how the fuck, if you're on that many drugs, how the fuck are you getting a boner? And that's the problem. He couldn't get a boner. He was on too many goddamn drugs. So he was like doing this voyeur shit and having other people fucking underage strippers and stuff like that. Fucking disgusting. That's the thing. When I talk about being Gonzo, I'm talking about heroin most of the time. It's like understand, once you're on heroin or anything else like that, mescaline is one thing, or shrooms or PCP or methamphetamine or anything like that. But you can fuck on meth all night long, and you can fuck on cocaine all night long, and people do, and they enjoy it. But you can't fuck all night on opioids, and you can't be a Gonzo unless you're on opioids. You understand? These people are not Gonzos. That's how I know. That's how he ended up in the court case too. If he just like not done all those drugs all at once and just stuck to actually fucking people on cocaine like a normal person, he would be fine. But no, he thought he could just be like me and do 20 drugs at once and still expect to fuck people or something like that. No, it's 20 drugs. You're gonna have a spiritual journey. You're going to have a fucking spiritual journey, motherfucker. It's not a sex romp. It's a spiritual journey when you're on 20 drugs. You're fucking stupid. Fucking stupid, worthless piece of shit. Fucking up drugs for me. You guys kind of fuck up drugs for me. You wonder why they made the drug war last so goddamn long? It's because of pieces of shit like you who can't handle your goddamn drugs. God damn it, I hate you. Yeah, I want to become a hardcore... no, I want to become a hardcore adventurer. There we are. Then I want to go Anon the second I go hardcore, and this is never not going Anon because I don't want them knowing my level. So, yep. And then I'm going to be a rogue, or a thief, I mean. And that means gear. And I'm going to log over now and send gear. I've got to do some stuff here. I'm being left alone, which is good. Yeah, and so don't do, the lesson is you can do 20 drugs at once if you want. I've done it. But the difference is you better be doing it all the time, and you better not be planning sex or having a job or being a music producer or a world mogul or a rap star or anything like that. Don't plan to do anything. Have a solid 3 weeks of a ranch and like a hot tub and good friends who are going to watch you and stick their finger down your throat when you can't swallow, that kind of thing. And if you swallow something evil or whatever, you need people, and you can't be doing sex romps and I think he was disguising being a like a fucking music mogul, like druggie. But what he really is just a pederast. Oh, I'm full. Fuck, I'm full. God damn it! I didn't dump the ore.
Warp drive active.
It's hard to talk and play video games sometimes. It's annoying. Anyways. And honestly, you know, it's weird. I did this same exact spiel when Johnny Depp had his trial, and I was watching that was the last time I ever watched Asmongold, was the Johnny Depp trial, right? And I was like, yeah, and I didn't watch Asmongold. I watched Law and Crime Network too, and I was like, yeah, you know, and I said the same thing about Johnny Depp. You give drugs a bad name, you guys. Just because you have money doesn't make you gonzo. I don't care. Just because you're playing Hunter S. Thompson in a fucking movie, it doesn't make you gonzo. And you guys give drugs a bad name. Same goes for fucking Pete Diddler. You guys, like Kid Cudi did drugs like a classy person. You guys suck dick. You suck dick at this. You rape women and children. You buy hookers and you have other people sleep with them while you voyeur them because you're on fucking opioids and you can't fucking get it up. It's just disgusting. It's you're whiskey dick. You're what we always make fun of. You become what we make fun of. It's hilarious. You're the party joke, you know. And honestly, it's because you tried to mix opioids with sex. You can't. You were a sex addict who was also a heroin junkie who thought that he could just mix all that. The answer is no. You're just basically a date rapist. That's what you really were. You were not gonzo. You were not fucking music mogul. Not really. Your music sucks. And like you were like basically a date rapist with a lot of video cameras. You're disgusting. God damn it.
Islands in Florida. I witnessed Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina.
I said the same thing about fucking Johnny Depp. I was like, yeah, you don't go up your girlfriend's fucking panties. I don't care what drugs you're on. Cocaine's a hell of a drug or whatever. I don't give a flying fuck what, and I hate cocaine. Fucking like cocaine is a hell of a drug. It does not permit you to go up your girlfriend's snatch searching for drugs. That is rape, my friend. Rape. And he lied out the ass about that motherfucker, and so did she. And it's like fucked up, man. What the fuck? You know what they never talk about that I suspect sometimes is they don't need to make an NDA. They could just make a payment and the person decides that they don't want to ruin them totally. Right? They don't need to make an NDA because NDAs are public, I think. They don't need to do that. They can just go like at some point, I'm fairly sure that Amber Heard probably like went back to talk to him in the middle of that trial and they decided what the goddamn outcome was. I'm fairly fucking sure because you could tell she did not want to destroy him, but he was guilty of goddamn rape. And no, I'm not pro Amber Heard. I'm pro reality and truth. That is the actual truth. It came out in that court case that he was searching with his finger in her pussy for his bag of cocaine that she was hiding from him. That is full-blown sexual assault and he should be in jail. Now, that came out in the trial, but they let him skate. The jury let him skate. But I mean, to me, I don't know why the jury let him skate. The jury was kind of fucked on that one. They shouldn't have let him skate. It was kind of weird, you know, like a little bit weird. That to me is sexual assault. You cannot reach into your girlfriend's pussy against her will looking for a fucking bag of dope. That is rape, my friend. And I don't care how much billions of dollars you have. That doesn't make it any better. Doesn't change it. And so, and I talked about that, like you giving Gonzo a bad name as well. I talked about Johnny Depp giving Gonzo a bad name too. Fucking dumb. Real Gonzos can give themselves like orgasms with their fucking mind and shit like me. Because we had to like conquer the actual spiritual journey that is drugs. It's not fucking hanging around with strippers and fucking too many people and calling a drug addiction, calling a sex addiction a drug addiction. It's not. It's you're a rapist.
Quorum instruct the staff to retrieve drugs so she could provide them to Mr.
Damn
Combs
it.
for his
These fucking people. They make my lifestyle look so goddamn bad. It fucking pisses me off.
consumption.
Not everybody's like this either.
And then Jones also talks about that alleged assault that he witnessed on Combs' chartered yacht. You remember when we covered this, that Jones's attorneys had filed a separate civil action against Combs' son, Christian King Combs, on behalf of a woman named Grace O'Markey. She was a steward on the yacht. Remember, and Combs had chartered that yacht for the Christmas holiday in 2022. So according to the declaration, Jones, quote, witnessed Christian Combs drug and sexually assault a stewardess while we were on the yacht Mr. Combs rented in St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, and the Virgin Islands. The assault began in the makeshift studio on the yacht while I was recording Christian Combs' Auto-Tunes rapping. Again, we talked more in depth about that lawsuit in another sidebar episode. Amarki claims that
They were
Christian
raping some
gave her
girl
a
while they were
spiked
recording a
drink,
song.
touched her all over her body without her permission, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him, and she had to actually fight him off. Now, the next part of this declaration from Mr. Jones is absolutely fascinating. It reads, quote, I have videos of Mr. Combs and me working out on the treadmill with TD Jakes playing on the monitor. We watch TD Jakes' sermons every morning during our workouts. At first, I thought it was admirable that Mr. Combs listened to sermons while working out, until I realized he was not studying the message, he was studying the messenger's mannerisms. During our gym sessions, he detailed how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop TD Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's pending lawsuit. Remember, Ventura had filed a lawsuit against Combs back in 2023 for sexual assault and sex trafficking, but she ended up settling with Combs the day after it was filed. So Jones also goes into detail about what he said happened
I can
at
sell
this
all this.
so-called writers camp
Wow.
at Chalice Recording Studios. You may recall that in his lawsuit, he claims he witnessed a shooting there and that Combs allegedly tried to cover up his involvement. He writes, quote, Mr. Combs converted the parking lot of Chalice Recording Studios into a makeshift nightclub. He had everything imaginable there, including a full-service bar,
Oh
massage
my
spa, and
God.
hookah. Mr. Combs required everyone working on the Love album to take laced shots of De Leon tequila. There was no way to tell him no. Mr. Combs felt anyone who refused to drink with him was suspicious and untrustworthy.
Yep.
At the time, I did not realize that he used the laced shots of alcohol to obtain and maintain control over the person consuming the alcohol. And of course, the lawsuits against Combs have accused him of sex trafficking, and that is allegedly what the Homeland Security investigation into him is tied to, a trafficking operation. Remember,
You have to
his
take the shot.
properties in LA
Oh
and
my
Miami
God.
were raided by Homeland Security agents 2 weeks ago. Jones continues in the declaration with, quote, throughout the duration of my time living with Mr. Combs, I personally witnessed Mr. Combs order his staff to bring him drugs and sex workers. This was a common occurrence, and he was never told no. During this time, I was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. Unbeknownst to me, Mr. Combs had hidden cameras and audio devices in all of the rooms of his homes. I only discovered this several months into living with him when I had to pick up my Uber Eats delivery from the security office. Usually, the security would bring my food deliveries to me whenever I was in Mr. Combs' home, but at this point, I was close and familiar with the security, so they called me to their room and told me I could go in and retrieve my food myself. I saw 4 to 6 large flat-screen television monitors at the time. Each monitor had at least 20 to 30 little screens in them. Each screen was a view of a room in and surrounding
Oh my
Mr. Combs' home.
God.
Remember, Jones claims that he was sex trafficked, and if there is videos of this, and that's
Now,
presented
what about
at
the
a trial,
security?
that
Are
is
they
significant
Are
evidence, to
the
say the least.
security liable?
Now, Jones even listed out the document dates when he
Aren't the
says
security liable? Aren't the security? Isn't the it's not art, but isn't the security? I don't see how they're any better than him. What are they up to? What are they up to?
He was forced to solicit sex workers for Combs. He also names a celebrity that we haven't really referenced yet.
Uh-oh.
Chris Brown.
Chris Brown?
Quote, on July 2nd, 2023,
Of
Mr.
course.
Combs had a listening party in his California home.
Oh,
There were a lot of
no.
people present at this party, including Chris Brown, Justin Combs, sex workers, and some underage girls. Justin Combs.
Why are
would
underage
typically bring
girls
the younger
working
women
with
to these
these
parties?
people?
I have
What?
2 videos
Why are
of
they
2
there?
different sex workers that Justin Combs brought with him to Chalice Recording Studios. I can provide the videos to the court.
They're hoes.
This event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required me to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd who appeared to be under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the attendees to drink laced De Leon liquor. I believe Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. I have personally witnessed his staff members, Brendan Paul and Moy Vaughn, lace alcohol with ecstasy. And we remember Brendan Paul was actually arrested on drugs.
And his drug dealer actually doesn't fuck around and do any cut at all, right? So we're talking about pure MDMA, which will part a girl's legs. It will. Pure MDMA, that girl is going to be like, touch me, please touch me. Oh my God, I'm in love with you. Please touch me. Please. Oh my God. Trust me, it's like that. Like real MDMA, you are like, oh my God, when you touch me, I have an orgasm and stuff. And the girl's gonna be like, touch me, right? And that's how real MDMA is. I've had it before. It's so good. It's such a good, wonderful drug. But nowadays, like you're basically doing methamphetamine if you do like MDMA, Molly. But you know, it used to be like you could occasionally get very pure ecstasy still in the rave scene when I was there in Denver and stuff. And like, oh my God, when pure MDMA is actually real, it's like a spiritual journey, but and you might fuck, but I mean, I don't really think sex is part of it, really. It's just the fact that every time somebody touches you, and it doesn't matter who they are, really, every time somebody touches you, you have an orgasm. It makes your skin tissue essentially like a sexual organ in a way. And it's not a sexual organ per se. It's like joy organ. It turns your skin into a joy organ. And if somebody touches you, you essentially, you peak, you climax. It's like having an orgasm. It's one of the best drugs ever made. But it's been so long since it's been pure. But he's so rich that he eventually probably found like a real drug dealer that doesn't ever cut the dope, you know? And so when he gave these young girls at the age of 16 pure MDMA, I guarantee they did anything he said. It sucks. I guarantee they did. That's how ecstasy is.
Charges
They weren't themselves.
during the raid on Diddy's property.
It's like you're an entirely different
Jones
person.
continues, quote, the presence of what I perceive to
It's
be underage women
one of the
made me
hardest
very
drugs,
uncomfortable.
definitely. I think of X as like the hardest drug, sort of, because it lasts like, I don't know, good X will last about 24 hours, and maybe about 12 of that you're rolling, and the other 12 is the after roll, kind of. And that's hardcore. The only thing that's that hardcore is like acid or shrooms, or, you know, that's a pretty strong drug X. And it's a really, I would never willingly feed it to somebody who didn't know that they had it, because you can't get away with it. Like it literally removes their faculties pretty much. They're gonna lie on the couch and they're gonna talk about how they want to be touched. It's like kind of crazy. It's a date rapist's fucking dream. It's disgusting. Like, you know, but and the more pure the X, the more likely he is to get a yes. It's disgusting. It's the most effective date rape drug.
I attempted to
GHB just knocks you out, so you have no idea what the fuck's going on, really, but you're still awake. But like X will completely remove all of your inhibitions, totally.
leave, and Mr. Combs forced me to stay. I had my car keys in my book bag. I have never lost my keys, and Mr. Combs went so far as to take my car keys to prevent me from leaving. After being forced to drink laced De Leon shots, I began feeling lightheaded.
Forced
and I
to
passed
drink.
out. I remember
You aren't forced to drink, right? Were you really forced to drink? Is that really the assumption here? You were forced to drink? What happened here? Oh my God. What did you do here?
I remember waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning, naked with a sex worker sleeping next to me.
Oh my God.
In his complaint, Jones had previously mentioned a similar event and describes it in this declaration as well, writing, quote, On February 2nd, 2023, I believe Mr. Combs drugged me. I remember waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. I was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. I also recall
Oh my
aimlessly
God,
wandering
and my
around
butt
the house with no
hurts.
clothes on. I have photos of the sex workers
my
sleeping
butthole
on
really
the bed
hurts.
the morning after. I can provide it to the court if necessary. And from there, Jones explains in this declaration some of the things he says that Combs offered him, which is important in a sex trafficking case, that you were transported over state lines, forced to perform sex acts, and were promised something of value. That's the commercial element of commercial.
I'm gonna make a
sex
sandwich.
acts.
I think I'll be right back.
Mr. Combs promised me many things to entice me to continue engaging in his
Oops. Oh, good. Yeah, we mining, are we? Yeah, we are. Inventory. You guys can watch me get killed when I'm AFK. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make a sandwich. I haven't eaten today, and it's almost bedtime. I will finally pop this pepper jack. No, I just build. No. See, I told you. Watch me get killed AFK, right? Duck.
Warp drive active.
Nice, he doesn't have a tackle. Sweet. Go, fucker. Go. Yeah. You see it? I can psychically tell when somebody's hunting me. It's insane.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
needs to go away. I don't know. That'll work. Yep. I love being single. I fucking love being single. I can like drink the fucking almond milk from the fucking container and shit. I wasn't able to do that most of my life. I fucking love it. I really relish it. You know. Very good. Wait. Quite good. Almond milk.
Sex trafficking operation. On multiple occasions, we discussed winning Grammys for the Love album. He promised I would win the Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered me $250,000 to purchase all the instruments I wanted. He promised me ownership of his $20 million property, One Star Island in Miami, Florida.
What?
He promised to give me access to record label executives. And from there, Jones gives more details about an alleged assault that happened in Miami. He says that while using the restroom, young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping him. Quote, I
What?
honestly believe that Mr. Combs sent her in there to sexually assault me, as I could hear him and the other guest laughing outside the door. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral sex on my exposed penis. I pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept my rejection and followed me out of the bathroom. She started undressing in front of everyone and attempted to straddle me and have sex with me in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. They were all laughing. Jones also talked about Combs' sometimes violent personality. Quote, Mr. Combs often switched his approach to force me to obey and comply with his demands. On multiple occasions, he would threaten me with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat my face and informed me that he was willing to kill his mother to get what he wanted so he wouldn't think twice about harming me. That is something that we heard in the prior complaint as well. Quote, Mr. Combs would also make me work out of this bedroom whenever he had gang members and drug dealers visit him. I have witnessed Mr. Combs hand out guns from the hidden room in his bedroom closet. I have witnessed known gang members at his home in LA and Miami be paid from the stacks of cash he has in the hidden room in his bedroom closet. Jones says that Combs was very aware of the power he had and made sure that everyone around him knew it too. Quote, throughout my time living with Mr. Combs, he made it very clear that he did not spend his money on anything. He made it clear that he had partnerships and relationships with very powerful individuals and organizations, and these individuals and organizations funded his lifestyle. And then the declaration from Jones also rebuts claims by Universal Music Group, a defendant in his lawsuit. Jones writes, quote, my counsel informed me that UMG claims that they did not pay for sex workers or sponsored any of the club love parties or the writers' camp. These claims are contradicted by the reality I saw with my own eyes. There were employees of UMG and Motown present at the writers' camp, at listening parties, and after parties. I was told by Mr. Combs they were there, and I saw them there. Mr. Combs told me they were scouting for talent. As it pertains to the sex workers, they also paid for them. I have several videos of the Chalice recording studio sessions, as well as in-home recording sessions, and there are sex workers and producers in the studio. The sex workers in these videos were the only individuals paid. So again, this is his account, right? If he backs it up by receipts, photos, screenshots, it's important.
Sandwich.
It's important. And these are very, very serious.
It was a good one. Pepper Jack pepperoni sandwich. On raisin bran, keto free, or what is it? Gluten free bread. ice cream.
Claims, and now he's
Chocolate
doubling
peanut
down
butter
on
ice
this court
cream
filing,
with,
saying that in
chocolate
this
chips.
unsworn declaration that he can prove it. Now, I will tell you that Jones, he also provides multiple photos in the lawsuit of men and women inside a recording studio. Jones claims that the women in these photos are sex workers. And the declaration goes on to talk about the bragging that Combs allegedly did to Jones, that he lists out several stories Combs allegedly told him. Quote, Mr. Combs bragged about having Daphne Joy, the child mother of a competing rapper, on payroll as one of his sex workers. I have a video of Mr. Combs on a massage table receiving a massage from a professional masseuse while Daphne Joy is giving him a foot massage. Mr. Combs bragged about shooting a woman in the face in 1999 in New York City and getting away with it.
Wow.
He bragged about departed attorney Johnny Cochran's savvy legal skills and ability to pay off the witnesses through private investigators and other third parties.
What?
He bragged about having Jennifer Lopez carrying his gun into the club the night of the shooting and the fact that he had so much power and influence over her at the time. He bragged about getting Shine to take the heat for the shooting and the fact that he paid Shine through a record deal with his good friend L.A. Reid. And it doesn't end there, because he also says that, quote, Mr. Combs also informed me that only poor people pay taxes. He shared that it is a common practice in the music industry to wire money from anonymous accounts overseas. This way, if there is ever a need to take care of a problem, it would never be traced back to him. These accounts were in Germany. At the very end of the document, Jones says, quote, I could share other things, but I do not feel comfortable putting them in this document. I will be willing to discuss them with the court under seal to preserve my Fifth Amendment rights. Now, a lot to take in there. This just doubles down my belief that he is a cooperating witness with the government in this potential criminal investigation. I have to believe it. And if he is one of the witnesses that's cooperating and federal authorities raided these properties, they have to be taking what he's saying is true, and maybe they're corroborating what he is saying through evidence that was seized from Combs' properties. Okay, so a lot to take in, but we also want to tell you quickly about a new letter that Jones' attorney filed with the court after accusations that this attorney was being too salacious with his court filings. I'm talking about Tyrone Blackburn. He's one of the lawyers representing Rodney Jones and Grace O'Markey in their lawsuits against Sean Combs, Christian Combs, and others. United States District Court Judge for the Southern District of New York, Denise Cote, submitted a referral to the New York Federal Court Grievance Committee claiming that issues with Blackburn in 5 cases. She wrote, quote, significant resources have been spent by judges of the court and defendants named in actions he has filed to address glaring deficiencies in his filings. A referral to this court's grievance committee is warranted. She goes on to write, a reasonable inference from Blackburn's pattern of behavior is that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. Indeed, his submissions to this court have been rife with disturbing allegations against the defendants and defense counsel. Now, other lawyers have also criticized Mr. Blackburn as well. Combs' attorney Sean Hawley alleged that Blackburn ignored exonerating evidence, writing, quote, our attempts to share this proof with Mr. Jones' attorney Tyrone Blackburn have been ignored, as Mr. Blackburn refuses to return our calls. We will address these outlandish allegations in court and take all appropriate action against those who make them. Then, attorneys for UMG, Universal Music Group, one of the defendants who are also being sued by Rodney Jones for their alleged participation and facilitation of the abuse and trafficking claimed by Jones. They argued, UMG, that the claims presented by Jones were, quote, so offensively false. One of those lawyers, Donald Sakaran, said, quote, a license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote, gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior. Well, Mr. Blackburn is firing back. He is not taking that lying down. No, he wrote a letter to Judge J. Paul Oetken, a judge for the Southern District of New York, where Jones' lawsuit against Combs is currently filed. And he begins by saying, quote, at the onset, I apologize for wasting the court's time by having to read a letter that has nothing to do with the matters before your honor. He goes on to say that the defendants have, quote, decided to scrummage through Pacer, that, by the way, is the online court record, in search of anything to distract and deflect from the blatantly obvious fact that they cannot defend their actions as it relates to their business partnership with Sean Combs. He continued, quote, "I do not improperly file cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. I gain no benefit from filing cases in federal court over state court, and I am not an ambulance-chasing attorney who lives in front of a camera. Before filing any case, I always provide an opportunity for private resolution. If this case cannot be resolved privately, then I file. I do not pursue media attention. With this case alone, I have been inundated with invitations to appear on television shows, podcasts, and radio shows, both nationally and internationally, and I have rejected them all." Then he says this, bold and underlined, quote, "Although I pick my clients, I do not pick their facts. If a client comes to me with a complaint of sexual assault and she or he has evidence to support their claims, it is my duty to include all materials relied upon in drafting the complaint into the pleading." And then he cites some case law to support that. But remember, one of the things that we called out in the complaint is how there were these screenshots of videos, photos, copies of text, receipts for trips, and so forth. Blackburn goes on to end the letter with, quote, "Finally, a referral is not a sanction. My pleadings in this district have consistently comported with the standard established pursuant to Rule 8 of the FRCP and the standard established by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. If defendants are concerned about having a salacious claim filed against them, they should not engage in salacious acts. It was the defendant's choice to enter a general business partnership with Sean Combs, which funded his sex trafficking operation." Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that happens. Okay. We have this lawsuit from Grace O'Markey.
This guy's kind of
And
quiet.
before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that, if that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen. Not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, "Defendant C. Combs," that's Christian Combs, "is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper." Wow. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. That, I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. They actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute, but going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well. O'Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, Omarki goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just Defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also
General
claims that
chaos!
rates were spiked by Combs, and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol, and she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves, panicking, or passing out. This led plaintiff, Grace Omarki, to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she
The
left.
way that these people
All
live
of this
is just
important for Omarki's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to Omarki, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. You really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim, maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And Omarki goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, Omarki says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff. But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted Omarki. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to Omarki, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, Omarki claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's Me and You, that song, was playing in the background. What makes that, as Omarky says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for Omarky to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kind of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. Omarky claims that initially she was forced to take tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked, and she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo because it seems like she's been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So, again, I think this is a typo, and if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about? But, I mean, I don't know what to make of it, but here's what we do have. Omarky claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, 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 take the whole thing. Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm only doing it as long as you take it as well. Christian, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not taking nothing. Please, please take the shot. Grace, you are drugging me? Christian, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time because now, then there is a transcript of Christian's alleged sexual assault of Grace. Cassie's Me and You playing in the background, allegedly. Grace, this is not an offer. Christian, you said what? Grace, I can't. I'm swapping out. I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Christian, nah, we need you. Grace, I'm going to stop. Stop. I have to go. I have to go. Honestly, I'm like already losing sleep. I have to go now. Christian, you're the best one on this ship, though. Grace, what do you mean? Christian, who's going to replace you? Grace, who's going to replace me? Christian, F that. That's going to be trash, though. You feel me? Grace, excuse me, you don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Christian, listen, you and everybody in the crew, it's great. Grace, I can't. I have to go down. I have to go down. Christian, no, you tell me. Listen. Grace, what? Christian, say you're just vibing with me the whole time. Grace, I can't. I promise you. I wish I could, but I can't. Unless I say that you guys requested me. Christian, yes, who can I talk to right now? Who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now. Grace, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. Now, according to Grace in her complaint, or Miss Omarky in her complaint, she basically says she was saying that he needed to get permission, and all the people that would give him permission to hang out with her were asleep, so this was kind of a ruse for her to escape. So Omarky explains in the complaint that she loved yachting, even at an early age, that she traveled the world, that she enjoyed a successful career where she received high praise, great feedback, great reviews, but, quote, prior to being sexually assaulted by defendant Christian Combs, plaintiff planned to work the entirety of her career in hospitality and the yachting industry. Unfortunately, those plans have been derailed due to the trauma plaintiff continues to have as a result of the assault. And let's talk about what Omarky claims here. She claims that 2023 was the most deeply traumatizing time of her life. She talks about how after the alleged assault and cover-up, she was isolated, she was retaliated against, and she was ultimately fired. She even lost her longtime partner. She says that her mental health significantly deteriorated to the point where she required medication and therapy, and she fell into a deep depression. She claims that she couldn't even perform her maid of honor duties for her sister. She also claims that she developed a severe eating disorder, suffered from suicidal ideations, and even had seizures. So if she can prove that in a trial, that is going to be not only devastating testimony for Christian Combs and Sean Combs, but really important in terms of damages calculations. So she ends up suing Christian Combs for assault, battery, sexual assault, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, and as I mentioned earlier, the other claims against Sean Combs as well. Now, I do want to call out something else from the lawsuit, some other mentions in the lawsuit. You remember Brendan Paul, who we talked a lot about here on Sidebar? He was listed in Rodney Jones's lawsuit as Diddy's alleged drug mule that supplied Diddy with narcotics and weapons. He was actually arrested on the day of the raids for drug possession at a Miami airport. Well, he is listed.
He was arrested for drug possession at the Miami airport the day of the raids. See, this case is just rife with stuff. No, wait, I want you to stop. Stop.
Markey lawsuit too. Quote, according to plaintiff, defendant S. Combs' assistant and noted drug mule, Brendan Paul, once came down to the pantry and was laughing uncontrollably. He told plaintiff that he had to sit and watch defendant S. Combs have sex with multiple women. He said defendant S. Combs wanted him present just in case he needed him to get him something while he was in the middle of the act.
What?
Plaintiff questioned why Brendan would want to work for defendant S. Combs if he was required to do such things, and Brendan replied that defendant S. Combs was a good link to have in the industry. There's also an interesting section that mentions how A-list guests came on board the yacht. That includes a Philadelphia rapper, a 30-year-old Atlanta rapper who rose to prominence following the release of his 2017 mixtapes, a 25-year-old British rapper, a Moroccan rapper signed to Bad Boy Records and Maybach Music Group, and a former model and CEO of a female urban clothing brand. I'm not going to guess who these people are. If anybody online wants to do their due diligence, feel free to do it. Now, I will tell you who is actually mentioned, who is named in this lawsuit. Cuba Gooding Jr.
Oh!
He's not defended in this case, but he is mentioned. And we remember that Jones actually filed a lawsuit against Cuba Gooding Jr. He says that he was sexually assaulted by the actor on Diddy's yacht, by the way. Actually accused Sean Combs of facilitating this abuse.
Because they all do ecstasy, and they can't stop touching people.
Was extremely unpleasant to serve, that he sat at the bar, made derogatory comments to her, that he was visibly intoxicated, and she was in the room and witnessed him inappropriately touching Rodney Jones. So she will be an important witness in Jones's lawsuit, and vice versa. Jones and O'Markey are linked in a way, right? They both are there to testify to prove the claims of the other. So quite the lawsuit, to say the least. But I got to give you some updates. O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, he told NBC News, quote, it gives us no joy or pleasure in filing this suit against Christian Combs, who has clearly adopted his father's pattern and practice of depravity. While her other attorney, Rodney S. Diggs, also told NBC, quote, I am here to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and I applaud Grace for being so brave to come forward with her truth. However, Aaron Dyer, an attorney for Christian and Diddy, said in a statement that the lawsuit from Grace O'Markey was, quote, another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn. Quote, this complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn. We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim. Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim, the court doesn't have jurisdiction, or there's some other problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it at the outset. Now, I had mentioned in a previous sidebar about how Mr. Blackburn was not only criticized by opposing
Ooh, 15.
counsel, but
Nice.
even a federal judge in New York who referred to him to the grievance committee for allegedly filing lawsuits that have deficiencies, that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention and to embarrass defendants with salacious details. So keeping that criticism in mind for a moment, where we're talking about, are these claims, are these allegations in these lawsuits credible? Just now, Instagram model Jade Rami, who Rodney Jones claimed in his lawsuit was one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker, she has fired back against these allegations from Rodney Jones. Through her publicist, Rami told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. Thank you. Also, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones also listed as one of the people that Diddy claimed was a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, I'm not a prostitute. I never sold, and she has an emoji for, you can do the math, an emoji for her private parts. I never sold a day in my life. I hate how this is getting spun. And again, what do we make of these allegations? Serious allegations, but allegations nonetheless. And what about Diddy? In the aftermath of the lawsuits, in the aftermath of the raids, there are these videos and pictures of him that have surfaced in Miami, out relaxing, holding up the peace sign. But he also just posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song Victory, where he runs from police. And he wrote in the caption, "Bad boy for life," followed by a raised fist emoji. There are these existing civil lawsuits that have been filed against Combs and people in his inner circle. There's amended complaints of existing lawsuits that add new defendants. And that's what we want to talk about. We have Rodney Jones, music producer known as Little Rod Jones, filed a sworn declaration with the court just this week, going into more detail about what he saw and heard Combs allegedly do during the year or so they were working together on the Love album. We actually went more in depth on that new document in another episode of Sidebar. But what we want to talk about right now is that some of the people mentioned in these filings,
Wait,
they
you get
have
acid
responded
balls at level 15,
with statements of their own, or representatives of them have released statements on their behalf, while there's others who have been silent. So, for example, there's actor Cuba Gooding Jr., who settled his own sexual abuse lawsuit last year before it could go to trial. He also pled guilty to a lesser charge of harassment for forcibly kissing a nightclub worker, avoiding jail time. But according to Jones' complaint, the actor allegedly touched and groped him inappropriately aboard Combs' yacht, even accuses Combs of facilitating this alleged abuse to happen. But the actor seems to be keeping a low profile. Has not
Wow.
responded to the allegations as far as we can see.
You're a creep, huh?
Others, however, are speaking out and they are defending
never would have thought
their
he would have been
innocence.
a
Let's start it off
creep.
with you know who best, Combs. So Combs himself. he's
Wasn't
spoken-
Cuba Gooding Jr. the reading Rainbow guy? Who hosted Reading Rainbow, right? Was that Cuba Gooding Jr.? No, that's LeVar Burton. He was a very amazing man. He was an awesome man. Yep. Yeah. LeVar Burton was amazing. No. I was like, thank God. What did Cuba Gooding Jr. movies, right? I've always liked him, but I don't think he was the most amazing actor. But he has had some good movies and stuff. But yeah, none of these are good. Yeah, he was good and as good as it gets. Yes, Boys in the Hood. Yeah, how's yeah.
out multiple times through his lawyers in reaction to both the lawsuits and the raids on his homes. We start in late 2023 when Combs' ex-girlfriend and Bad Boy Entertainment artist Cassie filed a reported $30 million lawsuit accusing Combs of assault, abuse, trafficking, and a lot more. But the very next day, Combs settled the lawsuit. But I should tell you that settling does not mean that Combs admitted anything. His attorney at the time, Ben Braffman, released a statement saying, quote, Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Combs himself released his own short statement saying, quote, we have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love. But we know that Combs was then hit with more lawsuits after Ventura's. A woman named Joy Dickerson Neal claimed that Combs drugged and sexually assaulted her when she was in college back in 1991. She alleged that Combs filmed the rape, shared the video with others as a form of revenge porn. Diddy denied the allegations. In fact, in a statement from his spokesperson that was released to People at the time, it said, quote, this last-minute lawsuit is an example of how a well-intentioned law can be turned on its head. By the way, that was referring to a law in New York at the time that gave people a one-year look-back window to sue for older claims of sexual abuse. But the statement goes on to say, quote, Ms. Dickerson's 32-year-old story is made up and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her, and she implicates companies that did not exist. This is purely a money grab and nothing more. Then there was another lawsuit filed from an unidentified woman who claimed that Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall raped her 30 years ago. Diddy, once again in a statement through his spokesperson to People, said, quote, these are fabricated claims falsely alleging misconduct from over 30 years ago and filed at the last minute. This is nothing but a money grab. Because of Mr. Combs' fame and success, he is an easy target for anonymous accusers who lie without conscience or consequence for financial benefit. It goes on to state, the New York legislature surely did not intend or expect the Adult Survivors Act to be exploited by scammers. The public should be skeptical and not rush to accept these bogus allegations. Then, Combs again issued a statement on Instagram, this one saying, enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation, and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. And by the way, I've spoken about this before in a previous sidebar that, and this was before the raids, that when you see all of these lawsuits coming out one after the other, you could say, well, people finally felt free and comfortable to go after Sean Combs. We've seen it before. Maybe it has nothing to do with the credibility of what they're saying. But then again, the other way of looking at it is something to say that you have one lawsuit after the other, after he settled with Cassie Ventura. Some would look at that as suspicious. I'm sure that's something that will be honed in upon by his defense team. And if this does go to trial, of course, it will be up for a jury or a judge to decide who's telling the truth. But let me actually talk to you now about the response to the Rodney Jones lawsuit, which I mentioned earlier. So Combs' attorney, Sean Holley, called the claims lies and said, quote, his reckless name-dropping about events that are pure fiction and simply did not happen is nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies. Now, in the days after the federal raids on Combs' homes on March 25th, his other attorney, Aaron Dyer, released a very lengthy statement on his behalf. It said, quote, there was a gross overuse of military-level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of
I will buy a new Akator and I will move all of this ore.
force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained but spoke to and cooperated with authorities.
But since
Despite
they're leaving
media
me alone,
speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been
I'll keep
arrested,
making money.
nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced, coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing more than a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There has been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. And we do want to point out what Dyer says in this statement is absolutely true. Neither Combs nor anyone from his family has been arrested, has been charged, and neither a court nor a jury has found him liable in the civil sense with respect to any of these lawsuits yet. However, we did cover a number of sidebars with experts, and I said this as well, that military level use of force could be understandable because there were allegations of unregistered firearms, shootings. These are big properties. You don't know what you're entering into. So as much as they are criticizing the raids, there could be an understanding of why that level of force was used. And talking about statements from Diddy, or maybe non-statements, since the raids, there are pictures and videos of Diddy around Miami that have surfaced. Out and about, smiling, riding his bike, sitting in the sun. Not sure if that's a response or not, but what was curious is that he recently posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song Victory, where he's running from police with the caption, "Bad Boy for Life," referencing his hit song from 2001. Now, moving on, there is at least one person in Combs' inner circle who is locked up, his alleged drug mule, Brendan Paul. Paul was arrested on the same day as the raids at an airport in Miami for drug possession. He bonded out and has another hearing scheduled for April 24th. But you'll remember that Paul was mentioned by name several times in Jones' civil lawsuit. He says that Paul was in charge of procuring drugs for Combs and would often pack his carry-on luggage full of marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, and more, allegedly so that Combs would have access to it at all times, no matter where he was. Paul, though, did not speak to police on the body cam video, and we reviewed that from his arrest.
Yeah, I'm addicted to
He's
7
made
drugs,
no
so
public
you need to
statements
bring
since then.
this
We haven't
wherever I
seen it.
go.
But as
You
Diddy
need to
seems
bring
to
it.
continue to live his life as normally as possible, his sons seem
Normal.
to be doing the same. Christian King Combs and Justin Dior Combs. They were both
Justin
mentioned
Dior?
in
Oh
Rodney
my
Jones' lawsuit,
God.
with Justin actually being named as a defendant. Both men, by the way, were detained outside of Combs' house while agents got a handle on who might be at the property. They weren't arrested, they were just detained. But after the mention of Christian Combs in the lawsuit and the raids on the LA and Miami homes, Christian continued to post on Instagram seemingly regularly, including a post on his Instagram story that just said, quote, "Stop with the," and it's the blue cap emoji. Cap is slang for lying. Since that post, however, Jones' lawyers have filed a separate lawsuit on behalf of the woman allegedly assaulted by Christian Combs on a yacht in 2022, which was mentioned in the music producer's complaint. Grace O'Markey's lawsuit goes into much more detail about what she says happened to her while she was working as a steward. She claims that Christian forced her to take shots of liquor, which she believes were laced with drugs, and says that he touched her all over her body without permission, that she also claims that he tried to force her to perform oral sex on him, that she had to fight him back. And since those allegations came out, Christian has not yet addressed them publicly, however, but his lawyer has, Aaron Dyer.
Why do these people always try to put like their penises in a girl's mouth that doesn't want it there? I mean, come on, man. Like, that is so creepy. Like, that's going to be so creepy. What if she bites it? I mean, I don't know, man. Like, fucking creepers.
Again, he's representing Sean Combs too. So there was this statement that was released that called out Jones and O'Markey's lawyer Tyrone Blackburn. It said, quote, "This is just another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn, just like what he filed in the Rodney Jones lawsuit, which he still has not served. The complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn. This is exactly why the federal judge in New York slapped him 2 days ago for a pattern of behavior in improperly filing cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly, and why he was referred to the disciplinary committee in the Southern District of New York. We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim." And of course, we talked about that in a previous sidebar, all these issues surrounding Blackburn. He was referred to the grievance committee. But one of the people that is publicly defending Sean Combs, and I will tell you, we don't really see it, is Stevie J. This is an award-winning producer, music producer, who has been friends with Combs for decades. And he was actually recently seen in Miami riding on a golf cart with Combs. In fact, Stevie J says that he was inside the Miami house when Homeland Security agents raided it back in March. In an interview with Fox 5 New York, Stevie J said, quote, "My man would never break the law.
What?
We're law-abiding citizens. That's what we do. You know, this is
Oh
another
my
crucifixion
God.
of a black man." But Stevie J
would
was
never
mentioned
break
in
the
Rod-
law. What are you talking about? He was on like 20 different drugs when they busted him. To possess the drugs, the minute that you have that fucking pipe in your hand, you're taking a hit, that is breaking the law. Listen to you fucking lie.
Rodney Jones lawsuit in connection with allegations of grooming. Yes, Jones says that he is a heterosexual male, but claims that Combs kept trying to coerce him into having sex with men. Combs allegedly showed Jones a video of two men having sex and claimed that one of the men was Stevie J, a person that fellow music producer Jones looked up to and admired. Jones claims that Combs was using this video to try to groom Jones, and it was never confirmed that the video actually showed Stevie J, who dismissed the allegations by saying that Jones and his attorneys are just trying to make money. But Stevie J also shared a video on Instagram with the caption, "This is what a real Diddy party looks like." The pre-produced video features several celebrities, including Dr. Dre, Jay-Z, Kobe Bryant, the
What?
Kardashians, like they're arriving on a red carpet event. But now let's talk about somebody else. Lucian Grange, the CEO of Universal Music Group. So he and UMG are named as defendants in the Rodney Jones lawsuit. They are accused of aiding and abetting Sean Combs' purported sex trafficking and abuse. But attorneys for UMG and Grange have called the claims, quote, offensively false, and they say that Tyrone Blackburn knowingly filed false allegations without the slightest factual or legal basis. In fact, one of the lawyers, Donald Zakarin, wrote, "A license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior." Now, Justin Combs is also named as a defendant in Jones' lawsuit. Accuses him of sex trafficking and possibly participating in a shooting at a recording studio. So a representative for Justin Combs responded, told CNN in a statement, quote, "Justin Combs categorically denies these absurd allegations. They are all lies. This is a clear example of a desperate person taking desperate measures in hopes of a payday. There will be legal consequences for all defamatory statements made about the Combs family." As far as we could tell, though, nothing from Justin Combs directly, publicly responding to these allegations. There is someone who did, though, because some of the people referenced in these lawsuits are not actually identified. Instead, the name is redacted, and it's almost as if the filing is giving clues to who these people may be. So, for example, Jones' lawsuit says Combs had a sexual relationship with a rapper from Philadelphia who dated Nicki Minaj, and that this rapper consorted with underage girls and sex workers. Well, turns out that online sleuths have narrowed that down to Meek Mill, who promptly went on a rant on X, formerly known as Twitter, about how he is not a homosexual. Most of those tweets have been deleted now, but a post from April 8th,
think you
where
are, Meek
Jones
Mill.
filed his amended complaint, Meek says that he wants all the evidence to come out and swears he's not a part of the freak or coke part of the industry. He says he's not a heathen and wants to know how his name even got brought up in the first place. And keeping with that idea of people who are mentioned in the suit but not named as defendants, let's talk about Daphne Joy. She is the ex of rapper 50 Cent, who's been quite vocal and critical of Diddy after these raids. They've had an ongoing feud for years, but Joy was named in the Jones lawsuit as someone who was one of the participants in Diddy's sex trafficking and freak-off sex sessions, and that she would receive money for sex. Well, Joy responded to the allegations in an Instagram post, writing, quote, "I am deeply hurt by the lies in Rodney Jones' lawsuit. The claim that I am a sex worker is 100% false and character assassination. I am retaining an attorney to explore all legal remedies against both Rodney and his attorney." So another person threatening legal action. But she's not the only one. No, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones listed as one of the people that Combs claimed was also a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, "I'm not a prostitute. I never sold..." There's an emoji to describe or reference a female's private area. I never sold that a day in my life, and I hate how this is getting spun. Then you have Instagram model Jade Ramey, who Jones claimed in his lawsuit was also one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker. She's fired back. Through her publicist, Ramey told Entertainment Tonight,
I think you're
in a
all
statement,
sex
quote,
workers.
dating someone doesn't directly
In some way or
correlate to
another.
any of the false allegations made.
I think
Yes,
you're all
dated
sex
someone.
workers.
How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you
Sex
is
work
real
for
life
everybody.
for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. So that is a collection of some of these responses. And look, as these civil cases move forward, I would be very interested to see if any of these people are called as witnesses, what they would say on the stand, whether or not it would be favorable to Jones's claims or not, and whether they are going to take legal action in response to this. But as these cases and as the investigation progress, I am sure we will see a lot more reactions. Jonathan Oddie. Now, that name may seem familiar to you, and I will explain why. But what I'm also going to do is try to break down and possibly debunk the connection between this man and Combs, but maybe not. Because as wild as some of his claims were, they may make sense now. We'll talk about that. The reason I say all of this is because after several bombshell lawsuits were filed against Combs, accusing him of sexual assault, physical violence, human trafficking, after federal agents raided his homes, reportedly pursuant to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation, all of these numerous videos and social media posts and old interviews and more, they've all popped up. Particularly in the last 2 weeks, people trying to make some connections between what he said or people said and these allegations. Now, to be clear, Combs has not been charged with any crimes connected to this raid. But as charges may be on the horizon and the investigation continues, there is something that has surfaced. This police interrogation of a man who allegedly opened fire inside of one of former President Donald Trump's hotels, Jonathan Oddie. What is his connection to Diddy? Or should I say, perceived connection to Diddy? Let me give you a little background. Now, you might remember back in 2018, a man went into the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night and went on a rampage. The state attorney's office says that Jonathan Oddie fired shots inside the lobby and toward the chandelier on the ceiling, then draped a giant American flag across the hotel's front desk. He allegedly walked around breaking items like computer monitors, throwing things around the lobby. When police officers arrived and confronted him, there was a shootout. Oddie seemingly tried to make a run for it, but he had been shot in the leg. He didn't get very far. Police found him hiding. They took him into custody. Oddie was taken to the hospital with 3 gunshot wounds, 2 in one leg, 1 in the other. And while at the hospital, Oddie reportedly made several bizarre statements and asked repeatedly to speak with the FBI, Secret Service, CIA, the media. When Oddie appeared before a judge, he didn't make any kind of wild outburst, but he seemingly admitted to committing at least one of the crimes he's charged with.
1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm, 1 count of armed burglary with a battery or an assault, 1 count of armed criminal mischief causing damages greater than $1,000, 1 count of armed grand theft, and 1 count of making a false fire alarm offense. So those are the charges. Sir, do you have any money to pay for your own private attorney?
I will request as of now that the court grants me an attorney. I do have funds to pay for my attorney, but I haven't had time to meet with him yet. So I don't know if they're going to take my case or not.
Given the serious nature of these charges, I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you for this preliminary first appearance hearing. Well, it's very clear. It says surveillance footage and witness accounts corroborate that the defendant discharged a handgun multiple times at the arriving City of Doral Police Department and Miami-Dade Police Department law enforcement officers. So that, even though it doesn't specifically state 5, it does mention that there were more than, I believe, two uniformed officers, in addition to the unarmed security guard who threatened to kill as well. And there was damages greater than $1,000 at the Trump National Doral, because it says it was over $30,000. So, anything else?
Well, unclear. Well, like I said, there's unclear. There's not a number specifically listed. There could have been one officer on one side and one officer on the other, and that's officers in general, in plural. As far as that's, and I didn't see necessarily the alarm pushing, but that might have been.
I got this for $2. So cheap. They're usually like $4.50 or something like that, but they had a good clearance sale at the place I go shopping, and I was like, ooh, and they're not even like old or anything. And I was like, oh, cool. This is just an actually true good deal on almond milk, cheaper than real milk. I should have bought like 50 of them. I don't know what the shelf life is on those. But I love almond milk. It's so good.
Docking request accepted.
It's not specifically mentioned here, although. Okay. You know, sir, everything's being recorded.
Yeah, it's a court of law. Yeah.
If you want to speak, it's fine. I'm happy to listen. Your attorney turned the microphone off, though. Probably a wise move.
Despite having happened so many years ago, though, Adi's case has still not yet gone to trial. The next in-person status update at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse is scheduled for April 19th. So with all that in mind, what does this all have to do with Diddy? Well, after Adi was released from the hospital while still wearing what appears to be a hospital gown, Adi did interviews with law enforcement, including the Secret Service. And we have part of that interrogation, and I will tell you right now, he says some bizarre stuff, okay? After talking about various kinds of conspiracy theories, Adi asks this one thing out of the blue.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever he calls himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Whatever he called himself.
The Boulé is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
And it's the black people.
Okay, first thing to talk about here. The Boule is a real thing. It is the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, the oldest postgraduate fraternity founded by and for black men. It was a secret society in its beginning, but now has chapters all over the United States. This is an organization for black professionals already experienced in their careers, and Sean Diddy Combs is sometimes rumored to have been a member of Sigma Pi Phi, but no indication that he is. Now, a little later in this interview, Adi says he settled a lawsuit with Combs, but doesn't really go into detail. This is when he starts to create a web of people that he believes are involved in a larger conspiracy.
I had settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's his attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Masalis. Ben Masalis worked for Bad Boy Entertainment for 4 years and worked for Hillary Rodman for 5, okay?
So Mark Garagos and Ben Masalis might be names you recognize. They are well-known legal partners who have represented celebrities like Michael Jackson, Chris Brown, Winona Ryder, Colin Kaepernick, Jussie Smollett. Now, Mark Garagos has helped Combs fight legal battles before. In fact, in 2015, the Los Angeles County District Attorney decided not to file felony charges against Combs after he reportedly assaulted a football coach at UCLA with a kettlebell weight. Now, Combs' son, Justin, was on the team, and the coach reportedly sent him home from practice. It was a whole big mess. Ben Masalis, though, he has an even closer relationship with Combs. He was actually a Bad Boy Entertainment intern back when it was Bad Boy Records. Ben and his father, Kenny, were honored at a Variety magazine event called Power of Law back in 2019, and Combs was there to speak about them. Ben Masalis also took the podium and had some kind words for Combs. He said, quote, "Sean Combs gave me an internship which changed my life when I was in high school. For those who don't know, Bad Boy Records is the SEAL Team 6 of internships. It prepared me for everything, being under Puff's tutelage, which is why I think when judges yell at me, it's nothing compared to Puff." He talked about joining up with Mark Garagos after he graduated from Georgetown, saying he believed Garagos truly liked him because, quote, "No matter how hard he yelled at me, I was willing to take it based on everything I had experienced with Puffy." Okay. So Adi knows that Garagos and Masalis are connected with Combs, but the agenda that they're supposedly pushing is unclear at this point in the interview. But then Adi drops a bombshell. So, in a 2023 lawsuit, Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, she sued Sean Combs. She claimed that the rapper just supplied her with drugs, forced her to participate in group sex with prostitutes. She says that the sessions were often filmed. Okay, this is what she alleged in 2023. That lawsuit was settled. But now listen to what Adi says. Again, before this lawsuit was ever filed, before any of these details that she alleged were made public, listen to what he said.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave, okay? For them, that's what I was. That's all right?
That is eerie. That is eerie. But not only that, Adi says he got an STD from the encounter and sued.
I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes and won. But they don't.
Yeah, all those hookers, I bet he does have
Mark
herpes.
Garibos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy.
Of course, this was years before Cassie filed her lawsuit against Combs, so the investigators aren't really sure what Adi is talking about, and they move on. But knowing what we know now about the allegations that Cassie made and others made, Adi's statement seems to corroborate some of what she said, right? Remember, Cassie said she would be forced to have sex with escorts or prostitutes. Adi, who describes himself as an investor and entrepreneur, is also reportedly a former stripper and porn actor. Could it be that he was working as an escort in the Miami area when Cassie claims the session happened? But during the interview, Adi often makes references to a cabal of rich people who have agendas. He claims the hip-hop world had its own goal.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. You need to involve the DEA. They move all the dope, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by inside the United States, okay? They move what's called high-grade powdered MDMA. They move cocaine, and they move liquid cocaine in the bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine, I've drank it myself, having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time.
This particular statement brings your attention to multiple allegations in Cassie's lawsuit, as well as a lawsuit that was filed by Rodney Jones, Little Rod Jones, the former music producer for Diddy. They both talk about rampant drug.
How do you capitalize on being like this jet set millionaire even further? Like, and I always suspected people like Lil Wayne did this too, but who the fuck knows? Because he kind of hints at this sort of stuff, I think. I mean, Lil Wayne was busted for cocaine and actually went to jail for, I think it was like 5 years or something like that, actually, in the middle of his career too. It was fucked up. But if I was a jet set playboy and I knew that they don't fucking check me when I move around the country on my private plane because they know that I'm P. Diddy or whatever, yeah, I think I would probably move liquid cocaine and heroin and shit like that too. Why not make an extra 10 mil or whatever? You got dealers in every city probably looking for that and stuff. And they're like, oh, you can just fly in and bring a briefcase and then hop in a limo. And it's like, yeah, and you can just bring it to my house. All right, fine. Well, then bring it to my house. Come on through and I'll pay you like, 1.5 or some shit. And that's insane, It's like, and nobody's going to rob P. Diddy because it'll bring down all the hounds of hell, It'll bring nobody's going to rob P. Diddy, I don't think, really. I mean, maybe if it's like a freak occurrence, he probably does get robbed a lot. But I mean, but only when people are savvy about doing things like that, like moving high class drugs around in your private fucking rich person's fucking chartered plane that you own, or not charter, but fucking like on a private plane. I could see you can make a lot of money doing that, and why not? That way you don't even have to sell records at that point. You just basically become a full-blown drug mule, and all you do is pursue being the celebrity, and they start paying for all the clubs that you go to and all the fucking the planes that you fly on and all this and that's just crazy. It's like it's like weird. It's just like Satan flexing their muscles, essentially. People being insane.
Use within Combs' inner circle. Now, Jones's filing says that Combs...
There's all these sex workers and there's all these drug dealers and they're moving weight on their private plane and just that whole world. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I wouldn't mind being there. I think that would be very, very fun. But I don't see how it wouldn't end in jail. And I would tell them the whole time. I'd be like, I don't see how this doesn't end in jail. We can't do this. Sooner or later, somebody will find out. We're too loud. I would tell anybody who cared to listen. I'd be like, no, you can bring drugs to me, but I won't ever bring drugs to you. No. You know?
Chief of staff.
I'd be like, anybody that I know has to come to me, you know? You can bring drugs to me, but I'm not bringing anything to you.
Quorum required all employees to walk around with a fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy or MDMA, marijuana gummies, and something called Tucci or pink cocaine. It actually doesn't contain any actual cocaine. It's apparently a mixture of ketamine, MDMA, and caffeine.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Ketamine, MDMA, and caffeine. Sounds amazing. Yep. I would love to have a girl that but she ran through the party, who just had a fucking little knapsack with like every drug known to man. She asks you, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure? You're at the top now. What do you want? And you're like, oh, I don't know. Give me a couple of marijuana gummies, a line of ketamine, 1 pill of X, an eighth of marijuana. No, not an eighth. I'm sorry, but no, I wouldn't need that because I always have my dab pen. I don't need marijuana from you. I've got a dab pen. But I'll take a foil of black tar and probably 2 gel tabs, and that'll do. But also, oh yeah, and have you got any meth? And then finally, I want to finish with a bowl of meth, and she'll be like, "Sir, that's the biggest order anybody's asked for. Even P. Diddy doesn't ask for that much." And I'll be like, "Yeah, I know." And I'll start off too. Just here, sit me in this motherfucking corner, and I'll set off here for like 45 fucking minutes here. Watch me blast off into the goddamn universe like fucking like King Kong himself, man. I'll be like, "Whoa," like a fucking like go gorilla mode. Yep, and I'll go zooted out of the motherfucking universe, you know, and I'll go across the universe right in the fuck front of you.
Adi again mentions
I'll come back with the word of God.
Lawsuit settlement between himself and Combs, but really doesn't get the chance to elaborate further.
I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, but he's scared that I was exposed.
I don't want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you.
By the way, we have found no evidence that Combs paid Adi $5 million.
Yeah, we don't understand you
Just
at all.
Be clear about that.
There's no evidence of it.
But that is what Adi has to say about Combs in his interrogation. But how does this all connect back to a shootout at a hotel? Well, it seems Adi is making the connection between Combs and his lawyers and then presidential candidate Donald Trump. Adi had made many pro-Trump statements and seemed to believe that the attorneys were trying to take him down. So he decided that the American flag draped across the front desk of a hotel would send some sort of message. Now, while some of what Adi had to say seems to correlate with the new investigation into Combs or these new allegations asserted
what did he do
Combs,
to the flag?
We do need to take everything with a very large grain of salt, because Adi is not the most reliable narrator. Here's another portion of his interview.
They've been promoting a hate agenda against Trump, so people hate him, okay, because they know he is very alpha, okay, very alpha in the sense that he likes money, he likes to make money, and he likes women, and they know they want to defame him in certain ways with Stormy, with other people, because they want him out of the government, okay? But it ain't happening because it's too smart for them. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to, right?
Don is intelligent.
Trying to.
We have a similar type of intelligence, and overview of things. The only thing is he's not seeing that Hillary is a distant cousin of his, and Obama have a different plan for him. You understand? No offense with Obama. I love each and every American, but he was part of that 9/11 agenda. He's a CIA agent, an ex-CIA agent. That's why there's so much identity.
Listen to how crazy this guy is.
Who knows his real name? They say he was born in Indonesia, and he's also born in Hawaii. Nobody knows. Why? Because he's an ex-CIA agent. Basically, Osama bin Laden never existed. It was a creation of the CIA, and it was Obama.
I'm with you on that one.
Talking
bullshit
and looking like an Arab. And
oh
they
my
bombed
god!
Twin Towers. Okay.
You sound so crazy.
My problem is, I'm here
no, they didn't.
To expose each and single one of them to the American public for the crimes committed.
Oh, he means like bombed them. Yeah, he did. I mean, they
wild
ship-charged
stuff.
them.
I know. But could there be some truth sprinkled in with all of that conspiracy talk? Could the feds be talking to Adi and finding out what he knows about Combs and his operation? As I said, Adi's still facing charges in Miami with the next.
That man is so insane on meth.
A couple weeks from now. Interesting.
Look at the depraved people
right,
that end up around Diddy.
Here on
it's
Sidebar,
insane.
Everybody, thank you so much for
Diddy
joining
fucked
us.
that guy.
As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
It was entertaining.
YouTube,
I gotta say, this was, if nothing else, it's entertaining. What are they up to? P. Diddy sex trafficking case, taking a closer look. No, I don't want to do any more P. Diddy poof poof. Damn it, P. Diddy poof poof. Live updates on Diddy Combs' arrest with Jennifer Lopez. What?
For the details, 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed.
Oh my God.
Which contains more details.
Thank you, CNN News 18. I'd like to sub to your
but
channel.
We don't have anything more beyond that.
Am I allowed to do this? I can't really tell. It's some weird thing. It seems like they're repiping some kind of live news stream off of a cable network, and I fear DMCA. P. Diddy rumors about FBI connection probed amid. No, I don't think it's DMCA, but it's just like, you know. But I don't want to hit something with YouTube. I don't. It's weird that it's on YouTube, but this game just keeps getting worse. Okay.
It's so bad. Like, they put such little effort into this. There is so little effort here in everything they did. It's just insulting.
They basically had a concept for a AAA game, and then they just padded it out too much, thinking that people would just consume slop. I feel that this is the one game that will not die.
like this kid, he's
Ironically, it being called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, as we
Suicide
know,
Squad,
this was a
Kill the
game that was
Justice
hyped up for years. It was made by Rocksteady, the people behind the Batman Arkham games, one of the most loved franchises out there. And then Kill the Justice League came out, and it was a game. It was definitely a game. Me and many other streamers rushed to beat the game in a single sitting, and it was one of the worst decisions I ever made.
This is some bullshit. Got my daughter a Wonder Woman shirt last Christmas.
Deadshot not bring up his daughter challenge. Actually impossible. Just so stupid, man. Yeah, gonna kill him, sure. Here comes Superman. Superman's gonna come now. So the problem is with Suicide Squad, it's in a really bad position, right? It was a huge game, insane budget. Warner Brothers pumped millions and millions of dollars into it, and then the game died. If you look at Steam charts right now, despite this being a game that was meant to go on for years with battle passes and seasons and cosmetics and unlockables, there are 200 people playing the game right now. 200. So this is, if you couldn't tell, this is quite bad. So they've been left in a very awkward position because people that bought the special edition of the game, they paid a bit more money. People like me, you were promised 4 seasons for free, included, well, not free, but included with the price. But Rocksteady don't want to work on the game anymore because it was such a catastrophic failure.
But you
as
said
an obligation,
4
and because they don't want to give out
seasons.
refunds to people, they are going to
You
do
said
these
4
seasons. Now,
seasons.
originally, I think they were meant to be 8
Oh
or
my
9.
god, they have to do 4 seasons for 3 players? Why? They have to do 4 seasons for 3 players or whatever. Oh my god, these idiots. Why do they make these stupid promises? Like, why? What if your game doesn't make it? You ever considered that? You're like, hey, we committed to 5 seasons of this terrible television show that nobody likes in season 1. And, you know, it's kind of like Rings of Power, right? And like, I think Rings of Power is actually kind of fucking bad. I liked watching it one time, and maybe it'll get good, but it wasn't a good show, and it's just sort of weird. And so then they just commit. They're like 5 more seasons of this terrible show, and you're like, why? Why would you sink your time down that thing? I honestly don't care if you broke the promise at that point. I'm not gonna hold. I guess I'm sort of like, yeah, you owe me 4 seasons, but I mean, I'm not gonna force you to make a game you don't want to make. What am I gonna do? Sue you for the 4 seasons you didn't make? I mean, what? Who cares if you don't make it? Honestly, I would be glad if you didn't make it.
9 seasons. If you guys remember, when you reach the end of the game, which I did on stream, again, in a single sitting, I never should have done
Why
that.
would you
fight the
play
big bad
that
guy,
crappy
Brainiac,
game?
and then you find out, wait, there's like 9 other Brainiacs across different dimensions, and you need to go into each dimension and fight him again to be able to properly beat the game. And that's how the seasons were set up. You'd get a new character that you could play as, and then a new Brainiac to fight. Obviously, with how completely dead the game is now, there's no way they're going to do that, like, you know, 8 or 9 season obligation that they had originally, but they have promised to do 4 seasons as an obligation.
They're like, what do you mean Marvel sucks? They're so dumb and slow. They're like these geniuses at work who just don't even have time to watch the Marvel that they're trying to produce. And they don't know that Marvel's dead, and they have no fucking idea. This is how clueless they actually are. It's insane. How do you produce this Marvel drag year after year that nobody really wants? How do you do this? How do you sleep at night? I mean, I guess the kids are excited, but I mean, like, I don't know. They won't play your game, though. Are they truly excited? Or are they just watching the movie because they're used to watching Marvel? It's sort of weird. Are they playing the games because they're just used to playing Marvel games, or what? Because it's just like, I don't know, man.
Because that was
this
on
was
their roadmap.
DC,
And again,
wasn't it? This
people
was
did pay for
DC.
that. So if you guys remember, the first season, you got the Joker, but he wasn't voiced by Mark
It is
Hamill,
DC.
so no one cared.
No one cared. Yeah.
Put it in me.
Oh.
Bloody hell!
And then season 2, we got a gender swap of Mr. Freeze, now being Mrs. Freeze. Again, this was a character that no one really cared about that much.
Mrs. Freeze, the second playable character, was also just like, it was kind of a needless gender swap in my opinion, and she didn't really do anything that interesting, but more than anything, she was just bored.
She does have a fat ass, though. So she gets a pass in my book. So we're already halfway through, and one of the worst revelations is the game is called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. The entire point of the main game was killing the Justice League. Well, in season 2, after the Joker with Mrs. Freeze, people quickly realized
they were
my
gonna
God,
kill
they
the
were
Justice
actually clones.
League.
All of the heroes we took on and killed across the game were just clones made by Brainiac. So there was no real stakes at all, because in season 2 with Mrs.
And
Freeze,
this is what's
you
wrong
end up
with
saving
Marvel.
the Flash.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Not really used to getting winded. Hey, shouldn't you all be in jail?
What the hell? I don't even understand that.
What
What are
you idiots doing?
What
And
the
that
hell are you
annoyed
idiots
the 7
doing?
people that still play the game unironically, because again, there were these like amazingly rote cutscenes just demonstrating.
It is weird because
how
I'm
much
sure the
impact there
game
would
is
be
actually kind of
killing
fun,
superheroes
or they wouldn't
that
have
people
wasted
grew
their
up with.
time. I'm sure of
Brainiac's
it.
going to transform Earth into
I'm sure if it wasn't Marvel Jack and you just got down to like playing the game, I'm sure it's probably actually a playable game with good systems and like, you know, workable combat on a controller anyways, and it's probably good for like a day's romp or something, and that's the weird part about it. But all the terrible decisions and all the Marvel Drac or whatever it is, the DC Drac, and it's like, no, nobody's stupid enough to swallow this stupid stuff anymore. Nobody.
A new Kolu. Of course we'll have to kill every man, woman, and child to do it, even the dogs.
Barry! Please, tell me how.
And so then they like sadistically kill all of the clones with terrible violence, like fucking full blown. I just saw it, right, and this is their solution to it, right? They build clones with some dude, and then they're like, okay, kill the clones, and that's how they got to kill the Justice League, I guess. And you don't know that they're clones until you go all the way through the game. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, why did they kill Batman? What the fuck is going on in this game? And honestly, people probably genuinely hated it. Probably the media hated it. They were like, what's going on in this game? Why did Harlequin shoot Batman in the fucking face? When is that canon? You know? And they're like, oh, because they're all clones. And this is the problem. That's the problem with this worthless, like, superhero writing. You retcon way too much. It's goddamn dumb. You're like, oh, clones. And I'm like, no, your clone shit is always stupid. Your clone shit's always dumb. That's dumber than Space Marines. It's like, oh, God. I know you guys think clones are so cool. And I do too. I think clone vats are actually kind of a cool concept, like how Battlestar did it. It was actually so cool, but not how you guys do it. You guys do it like DC, really dumb or whatever. Like, you know, come on, man. When is clones ever like a cool premise? That's not really cool. Or not. I want to drop some of this. Yeah. I want to drop like some of it. Yeah, take some of it back. Yeah, there we go. I guess I'll just go to the thing here. I'm finally done. I've got 1,700 pounds of various cactus and aloe gel and fucking hyssop and life motes and pedal cap and fucking 2,000 cactus flesh. The cooks like that stuff. They pay well for it. So we're just gonna go, and I have made money. I've been making good money doing this, like 12.2. I'm up from 3K to 12.2, something like that. Have been actually making the money. It's good. Okay, so now we get all of the thief stuff that I could send. And I also need to send money, which means one last trip to the character. I ran out of space, and I need to send more jars too, I think.
You have to kill us, Diana. We have to die to save the world.
Barry.
But yeah, the game cost $200 million to make, and it had less of an impact than reporting someone in Elden Ring. Again, this was a game that was delayed. It was meant to come out in 2023, delayed again, and then it eventually came out earlier this year. And the problem is, Rocksteady, who made these insanely good Batman games, that's mostly melee focused. I mean, okay, Batman has a grappling hook and a little batarang that he can control, but it mostly is a melee combat game. And then they did this huge switch to a third-person shooter, and it didn't translate very well. I mean, honestly, a lot of people hate the game. I thought it was okay. The main problem with it, it was grindy. They genuinely thought this would be a game that would last as long as Rainbow.
See, and look, I mean, the damage numbers look fun to me almost. So if you were to turn off the voices and completely kill the music and turn off the fucking cinematics entirely, it might be a really good game, actually. Look at the fucking numbers on the screen and stuff.
Six Siege, something people
like what?
Playing for the next decade or so.
No,
because of that, they made the game insanely grindy. I still remember, like, at the last act
but I'm okay with
of the game, whenever you needed to progress the story, you had to do, like, a bunch of side content just to be able to unlock another mission. Like, that sucks. No one wants to do that. I do get it, right? Streamers are worms. We rush to the end of a game, killing any kind of joy we could have had for content to get it out first. But at the same time, there are people that just want to play through the game at their own pace. Maybe they don't want to engage with the side content.
I don't care about how fast
grindy.
there are so many games games in history that we'll never even hear of, that we'll never even conceive of, that we don't know exist. There are so many games in goddamn history. There is no fucking way I care about getting some content out in time for other people's, like, for their enjoyment than mine. I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not doing my video game schedule around somebody else. I will for releases. I'll show up the day of release to be respectful to the developers, but I don't care about that anymore. I don't care about like serving somebody else's shit, like by sort of giving up on mine. I don't know. That's sort of weird. Like, I don't really get that. And so I would never rush through a game. I guess I did it one time. One time I rushed through Alien Isolation. No, I did a whole bunch for Halloween 2 years ago. I rushed through Alien Isolation on Extreme and BioShock 1, 2, and 3 on Extreme. Games that I hadn't played like all the way through. And I did all 4 of them because I was looking for extraction difficulty, and they supplied, all of those games supplied, and I own them all on Epic, and it's awesome. And I like those games. And, but that was the last time I kind of rushed through content. I realized, like, I was only doing that for Halloween, and I was doing stuff for other people on the assumption that they might follow me and keep my career alive long enough to actually stay afloat or whatever. But no, in the end, I realized, like, I don't know, about a year and a half ago or something like that, the next Halloween after that, I remember thinking, well, I could do a bunch of horror games for my stream like I usually do. And I did. I think I actually beat Resident Evil 7 Biohazard on stream Extreme. And I had never done it before. And it was hard, and I had to use a walkthrough and stuff, and I like doing that, but then I realized later that they weren't games I would have normally done. It wasn't on my schedule. It was kind of like there, if I wanted to keep people watching, I had to beat them sequentially and only play that game, and that was before I was playing 3 to 5 games at once, you know? It was before the sea change in my stream, and now I feel like I could give a flying fuck about anybody else's schedule at all. I could give a flying fuck like about anybody's schedule. I really don't care about that. Like, the game releases, I like doing them the day of because that's when people watch. But I don't care about getting content on YouTube in this like timed manner. That'll never be something. I guess you could call that work, but I mean, what it sounds like to me is editing instead of what it sounds like to me is like editing all the time instead of playing video games, you know? And that's cool. So, but I mean, like, I don't know, as a gamer, would you rather play games or edit all the time, you know? I think that's where I got my style from, was like Asmongold. Asmongold, I don't think really does any editing unless he pays somebody. He does for the videos, but I mean, like, you know, but he didn't at the start, and that was my thing. I want DIY. I don't really want somebody else's time schedule affecting my fucking feeling. If I want to play Rust, I'll play Rust. I don't care what day it is during the wipe or any of that stuff. Damn it! I keep forgetting that I need to go sell. Let's drop those. Those are annoying. Is that enough? Yeah, those are just kind of heavy. And so, and I know that's like because I'm getting older, and it's also because like I just don't have the interest of a young man to be there when it's culturally like significant in the moment. I just don't play like that anymore. I'm like, no, I've got so many games to get through all the time that I don't care particularly which one I'm playing, as long as it's something that I can stand to play that I'm enjoying. I don't particularly care. It's like sort of weird. It's like as long as I can turn my fucking brain off and just go to the grind. Like I've done this. I've gone back to Everfall so many thousands of times. I don't have to like do anything with my brain. I can just alt tab back, sell all the stuff, like auto sell the stuff with my fingers. Basically, I'm not even thinking about most of the stuff that I'm selling. I don't even care. And I just like and I've done it so much now that it's like this habit. And as long as I can turn my brain off and do that, I'm happy. And so this idea of like being there day one, I get it. I do that a lot. I show up day one of games all the time. And I'm like, oh, I'm one of those people on the MMO that was there first. Did it on Throne and Liberty just this week. But I mean, like, I also don't think that, you know, I don't think that when I do it matters. A wizard arrives precisely when they mean to. I don't think when I do it matters. Even with the new games, I don't think it really matters. I think I could wait a week on something like the Elden Ring 2 and I would still get the same basic viewership like a week later as I would the day of, because I'm not so sure that the people that watch my stream care very much about what game I'm even playing. Sort of, it's sort of weird, and I like that. That's what I came for. It's like I'll show you tons of stuff. At least if they keep making good stuff, I'll show you tons of stuff. I've done so much stuff since Phantasy Star Online 1. I've done every MMO there is, basically every single one. And I'll keep showing you another fucking 60 years of MMORPGs. There's still more to do. Right now, I'm like early 40s, right? So let's say I somehow live to the age of 100, which I really doubt it. I bet it's probably a lot earlier than that. So, but anyways, we'll see how long I live. And but I am interested in living longer now because I can just keep packing more and more MMOs in there. So let's give me a nice generous 74, right? I've got more to do than I've done. I'm still not even halfway through my life of MMOs. I've got more to do, more games coming, like Ashes of Creation's coming, for instance. There's more games coming than I have time for. There's just too many games coming for me to, for me to do. And there's more games than there's time. So when I play them, I don't think really matters, not at all.
Also, what didn't help is some of the...
Also, I don't think it matters what game I play either. Like, for instance, this is like considered to be, besides Concord, and Redfall, like the worst game ever released. But when I see it, I see something. I see something in the game. I see some kind of combat system that actually appears to me to be a lot better than most of the other direct that I've been seeing lately. And that's fucking weird. So I look at this game and I'm like, there's no way I'm paying them their $70 because that's what they need to recoup on this crappy superhero game that I'm going to turn off the music, the sound, the cinematics, and the voices to, and just try to grind away on their combat system, because the combat system looked totally fucking plausible to me. It looked like something I might enjoy, frankly.
Worked on the Batman games in question.
Now, the Batman games, Arkham, I couldn't stand the fucking combat in those worthless games, even on a controller. It was better on a controller, it was, I admit it. But it's still, even on a controller, they were boring. They were kind of boring.
Hill and Jamie
It's
Walker.
like tilt your stick at a character and to start tapping a button. It's sort of boring. It's that mashup combat that I've never really liked. It's the last time that it was truly fun was like, I think the last time we truly liked mash button combat was like this new arcade game on the Xbox 360, goddamn 20 years ago or something like that. What was it? I think it was the Warriors. Yeah, I think it was the Warriors and Scott Pilgrim and the Universe or whatever. And there was a couple of other ones, I think, on the 360 that were like $5 arcade games that we actually did enjoy, that were button mashers that we beat. But I mean, like, that was the last time I've enjoyed a button masher.
Parted pretty early on in development, and then when they started their new company...
Now, he hasn't shaved, and it really bothers me. It's weird. It's not 5 O'Clock Shadow either. It was like he didn't shave.
Star game.
If you're going to release a video that's going to get 100,000 fucking views on a 1.1 million subs, fucking shave. And this is one of the reasons why I don't care to be famous or get a lot of hits or whatever, is I don't want to be pressured to fucking shave. It's my goddamn life. But if he's going to do it, you're going to have 1 million subs, fucking shave. It looks like you have herpes.
Ended up actually poaching.
I literally, on my HD screen, it looks like you have herpes.
A lot of the employees from Rocksteady. Well, it's not really poaching if you work with them anyway, but you know what I mean. But yeah, a lot of the developers left before the game even began production, so you can really tell that even though it has the name Rocksteady behind it, these aren't the same people that made the Batman games.
No.
So, like I said, they dropped Season 2 back in July, and it did not help the game's success at all. Honestly, at this point, the only... I said this on stream, right? The only way you could save the game right now, which you can't save it.
Let's go look at the combat of Kill the Justice League, because it looked actually like good, which is stupid. I can't believe they actually made the combat good too. Why not just Redfall it and make the AI bad and just let the game die? I can't believe they actually put all that work into it. It's fucking so stupid. Kill the Justice League combat on the PS5. That's not the combat. See, this looks fine. In the first 5 seconds, I know that I would play this game from the combat perspective. It looks fine. I like the numbers. It's a lot better than most beat-em-ups. Look, there's like all kinds of cool juggles and stuff like that. See, like, so as long as you kept the fucking worthless content and the lore out of it, it's weird. These gamers are saying the games are bad, but I mean, this combat doesn't look bad to me. Maybe you can ride up walls and shit. Maybe there's like, what's in this? No, this isn't Marvel. But I mean, maybe you can like fly with Superman and shit like that. What is this game? See, that looks fun to me, like Infamous. This looks fun to me. The music is horrible. The content and lore is horrible. They didn't even need to add DC to it. But if they just like kept it like Infamous or something, this could have been a really fucking good game. Look at the combat. It looks dope. Look at how hard they worked on all of this. All of this is hand-drawn and everything. Why did you make this game suck so bad? I kind of want to buy it. It's going to be $3 next year or something on the summer sale. And I'm going to probably buy it and I'm going to mute the motherfucker. I'm going to kill the music. I'm going to kill the cinematics. I'm going to kill the fucking voice. And I will show the world that this is a good game. I know a good game when I see one. This is a good game. It's a good game. It's a fucking good game. You can see it. Look at the numbers. They're beautiful. The headshots are like nice, juicy fucking Fortnite numbers and stuff. This is a good game, but the fanboys fucking ruined their chances. Yeah, look at it. That's dope. You're like flying through the air like Fortnite and like soaring in on your fucking wingsuit and shit, like on some fucking thing like Spider-Man and shit. And she's like backflipping in and stuff. It looks fun. It looks better than like Aloy. You know, it looks like more fluid and fun than Aloy. But the fanboys are like, nah, it sucks. Blah blah blah. I don't know. This combat looks a lot better than fucking worthless ass Arkham Knight. I mean, that looks fun to me. Look, it's all fluid and shit. It reminds me of Dino Riders. That's another game that I thought that actually had some potential that the fanboys just full-blown ruined. I don't think it was a good game like this. I don't think this is a good game, but I think the combat looks fun. Listen to the terrible 80s porn music backdrop combat music they're playing. It's fucking so terrible. If you guys didn't do stuff like this, it might serve better if it was a dark, gritty, sort of quiet, sort of like really intense DC game that felt almost like Extraction because you're on the streets with all these thugs and all this stuff, like they tried to do with the second Batman Arkham game and stuff. It might have been a better game, but no, it comes across as jokey and you're playing this terrible porn music in the background and like you put a story in there that didn't need to be there. That's a cop out. That seems like the Marvel Universe or something, and it like I don't know. I don't really need Harley Quinn to be like an Aloy combat fighter. I never thought of her as like that. Why is Harley Quinn? I guess the Suicide Squad was kind of a real thing, wasn't it, or whatever? I guess, but like I mean, why is Harley Quinn acting like fucking like Neo? Boy, those voice actors don't even seem like they appreciate their jobs. If I'm playing Harley Quinn, I'm sounding like motherfucking Harley Quinn. She sounds like she's like a secretary. God, the voice actress that they got for the original Harley Quinn on the Batman show was so good. This looks fun to me. The combat looks fine. God damn it, it's like, I think you try to appeal to the Marvel culture, so you dress it up in all this fucking stupid glitz and glamour that doesn't need to be there. But if you boil it down to the fucking combat system and just left it to that and named it something sort of like, you know, new, I think you would do so much fucking better. But because you called it DC, they panned you and your combat system didn't get displayed. Because it looks fine to me. It looks sort of like fluid, sort of Batman stuff, but actually maybe like kind of grindy, like Borderlands. Looks fun. Why does this stupid, horrible game that's got the worst rating of all time look a lot more fun to me than most of the other Direct that came out this year? What? Like he just he full blown baseball batted that fucking dude while he was like spinning through the air and shit. It was awesome. Yeah, see, like fuck, dude, he executed him as he landed from the after it's a dude, it's Harley again. Harley fucking like smashed him with a baseball bat into the air and juggle comboed a headshot. It was actually dope as fuck looking. Let's see it again. Yeah, see, it's dope as fuck. That was dope as fuck. Tell me that's not doesn't look fun. Looks fun to me. Yeah, like, and I don't even like this kid shit, you know? That was dope. It was dope. You gotta say, it reminded me of what's that game? The Finals or something like that. That looks fun. It's like a seamless mold of third person like gunfighting and like in juggle combat. Can you like fly around the city like Spider-Man? Airborne. Oh, the actor, the voice acting is so bad. How much is this shitty game on Steam? I actually kind of want to buy it. I'm going to put it on my wish list. Oh my god, they want $70 for the fucking worst game ever released. Yeah, this, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. $70 for Rocksteady? Rocksteady isn't worth $70 fucking dollars. Rockstar's not worth $70 fucking dollars. Or when I was Rocksteady. Rocksteady is not worth $70. Rocksteady is a double A fucking company. They've never been a triple A company. They're Warner Brothers Games. They're the people that make all the movie games. They've never been triple A. I think Batman Prison was the only good game they ever made. I think it's kind of sad, but boy, that combat looks evolved, and I kind of want to get my hands on it, but not at $70 goddamn dollars. I'm gonna put this on my wish list to troll them, and be like, drop the price to $3, and I'll buy it. One day this game will be $3, and I'll be like, remember that crappy Suicide League game or whatever, and that I thought the combat might be good? I finally got a good deal on it. It's like $5.99. And it actually is fun, and all those fanboys were wrong. It looks fun to me. That looks fun. That looks like more fun than something like, you know, I don't know. I like good combat systems. Look at this. This is like a mix of Spider-Man and Infamous and fucking Borderlands, basically. It actually looks really good. I've never seen the combat of the game. They always showed like stupid snippets of the fucking DC lore. Like I give a living shit about that. But the combat looks really genuinely good. What? What a weird... Are we in the Bizarro world? This is like the worst rated game of all time. And it frankly looks better than a lot of the other games I've been playing lately. This looks a lot more fun than fucking... what's the one they've been hyping? You know, Throne and Liberty. This combat looks so much more fun than Throne and Liberty's combat. It definitely does. And it's not a single player game. It's a massive MMO. It's a four player Diablo game, but it's like Borderlands. It is not a single player game. It is not. It's a Borderlands game. This is 4 player. This actually looks so fun 4 player. Do you clean the streets or what? Or is it just linear crappy missions or what? It doesn't even seem like you need to do a mission in this game. I would just want to run around on the fucking streets like stomping baddies all day or whatever. That looks genuinely fun. He juggled them in the air with ranged punches somehow for like 15 seconds or something. And that genuinely looks fun to me. I'm sorry, but it does. Look, he's like switch targeting through like mid-combat and flipping around like some kind of fucking, you know, parkour dude. Yeah, he's like flipping in the air and shit. I mean, this does genuinely look... This looks like more fun to me than Cyberpunk, frankly. And you guys kept saying that's such a good game now, and I was like, no, I bought this game 3 times now. 3 times. I bought it day 1, and I returned it. Then I bought it like 2 years later when they said they made it better. They didn't. And then they released the DLC. I bought it the day the DLC came out, and I returned it like 40 minutes later. I was like, no, the brain hacking and all the stupid story shit that I can't skip through that I don't like is annoying me way too much, and the combat just wasn't good enough. Not in the beginning game, not to suffer through the game to get to where it was good. The opening combat didn't look fun like this at all. It wasn't fun. Fucking Cyberpunk sucked dick compared to this, and this is like the worst game in history. It was the worst bomb in history anyways. They spent like $400 million on it or something like that. And it shows too. You can see they really worked on this. I want to buy the game, but I'm not paying you $70 for it. Can I rip this game off? I don't want to support torrents on my stream, but if there was ever a game that I would torrent, it would be this one. This game is like made for torrent. I really want to go type in torrent, Suicide Squad torrent. Let's just see what happens. You can't stop me from doing this. It's a free world. Fuck you guys. I know it sends a bad message to the people, but if there was ever a game to torrent, it would be this one. Can you get a Suicide Squad torrent? Oh my god, you can. I think I might torrent this game shamelessly on my stream. Can you actually play this game? Can you play this game on torrent? There's no fucking way you can play this online game on torrent. There is absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah. These Suicide Squad fans have been fucking faking bad reviews and all this stuff. Sensitive Suicide Squad fans take torrent to bad reviews. Yeah, the Suicide Squad. Oh my god, that was such a cheesy fucking movie. I tried to like it, and I was like, no, I can't do this crappy movie. And I really like Margot Robbie and motherfucking what's his name, Jared Leto and all that, and I thought they were amazing. I did, but boy, the movie was a fucking foul stinker of, like, basically I remember right about like 3/4 of the way, not stupid, but Samuel L. Jackson shows up again like 3/4 of the way through the end, towards the end or something like that. And I was like, I'm shutting this off. I can't believe they put Samuel L. Jackson in this. And I love Samuel L. Jackson. I've loved everything he ever did except for that piece of shit. That was a piece of shit. That is the worst he has ever been. Samuel L. Jackson is up there with like fucking one of the bigs, you know, like what's a really good skilled actor, like, I don't know, fucking Leonardo DiCaprio or somebody. Samuel L. Jackson is an extremely like ranged actor in a lot of different ways. He really was. But that Suicide movie.
Stories to astound.
Yeah, suicide to your career, yeah.
This planet makes the news go round.
I don't trust them to ever make a good movie ever again after that. I was like, no. If this is the new Samuel L. Jackson, just retire. I know that sounds so mean, but I don't care. That's exactly what I thought. People are allowed to be critics, whatever. I'm allowed to be a critic. I'm not saying these things to hurt Samuel L. Jackson, because before that was the 200 other movies that he did that I absolutely fucking love. Like, for instance, one of my favorite movies of all time is The Long Kiss Goodnight, and that is his best work, and I fucking love that movie. That movie is so my shit. I fucking love The Long Kiss Goodnight, or Die Hard 3, or, I mean, god damn it, man, Samuel L. Jackson, even the Star Wars stuff, Mace Windu. I love me some Samuel L. Jackson, but that piece of shit DC failure fucking Suicide Squad movie made me sick. And when he showed up again at the end of the movie or whatever, I barely paid attention. I think I was on heroin when I watched it. I was like, no, this is so bad. Even the heroin can't make this good. It was so fucking bad. I was like, no. Oh, worst goddamn action movie I think I'd ever seen. I mean, the action was fine, and the character study actors were fine, and Jared Leto was fine, and Margot was fine, and they were all fine, except for Samuel. I think didn't really do so well. But anyways, you know, he definitely didn't steal the scene like he normally does. And I don't know. That is just not the, you know. But of course, he's like he was 70 when he did that movie or something like that. I don't care that he's old and doesn't cut it anymore. He's still one of our best living actors. Fuck it. It's fine to grow old, like me. I'm growing old. It's fine to grow old and not cut it anymore. That is not like, I think kids kind of make fun of that, but like, you're over the hill or something. But no, I think it's actually a really honorable thing to go over the hill and finally make a bad movie after 200 really good ones. I think it's actually okay. And if it had to be anything, I guess it should be like whatever, DC Marvel. Yeah. So he can make a lot of money. You know? I'm sure he made so much money off Suicide Squad, I guarantee it. So yeah, if he's gonna cash out after 200 really truly fucking amazing movies or whatever, I'm just gonna like let it go. This looks frankly fucking fun to me, and I wish I was playing it right now. This combat looks so fun.
Gotcha.
Oh, get their voices out of it. Yeah, like, what the fuck? She's, like, juggling up from the ground into his face and stuff. They don't make combat systems like this that much. Like, Infamous was kind of like this, but this sort of combat's sort of rare. Where it really feels like you're actually, like, brawling and stuff. It's, you know, fucking rare. Sifu felt like this. I torrented Sifu. That's a good game, but I was like, I'm not doing this on stream. It's, like, one of the hardest games I've ever played. I could do it. I could do Sifu, but I don't care about Sifu. That's the problem. If Sifu was compelling, I would care about Sifu, but it's not. It's not a compelling game. It's just a really difficult fucking brawler. It requires a lot of perfection. I don't really see a lot of value in that.
That's all for you.
I think the other gamers do, because it teaches them to be fucking elite. Teaches them to be really fucking skilled, you know? So there is value to Sifu. I call it like a 9.2 or something like that. Sifu was a good game, but it wasn't my game, and it wasn't so well made, I don't think. Combat was perfect, though. Yeah, it was good. I mean, okay, now I know that I want this game. I trolled them, and I'm probably the only gamer on the internet who ever put it on their wish list. No, there's probably about 1,000 people, but yeah, I'm like one of the 1,000 people that wish listed this game. Yo, I just deep dived the combat of this game. On vids. And I feel like if you were to mute this game... No, I'm not even going to say anything. Never mind.
That is to add the Joker, voiced by Mark Hamill, or...
It must be so weird. Does he bleach his hair? He does. You can see the roots. He bleaches his fucking hair. Now, he's young, but does he always bleach his hair? I think he probably does, but see, the problem is that makes you even more distinctive out in public. I would never bleach my hair. That's gonna really make you fucking stand out, like, really bad. And you can see the fucking roots, too. So, like, understand, don't be bleaching your hair as a motherfucking streamer. That's gonna make you stand out even worse.
You add
Ask Ninja.
Terry McGinnis, who was...
They were calling him Blue Hair Freak on the last video that I was watching and shit. It was like, nah, fuck that Blue Hair Freak. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? He basically taught us how to play shooters. It's stupid.
Batman Beyond. And he would actually have to be voiced by the same actor that played Terry McGinnis.
Are you kidding me? That guy was so prolific for his time. And they just want to turn on him. And I'm like, yeah, I guess, because he got cocky. They all do. So, but I mean, that's expected. It's expected for you to be cocky when you make $50 million in a day. They expect you to be motherfucking cocky and talk shit. They expect you to do it. They do. They get pissed off when you don't. What they don't say every time they talk about shit about Ninja, like talking shit about someone else, is that chat egging him on to do so. They never talk about it, but they should. There's a chat in the background, and there's like 7,000 people, and they're all telling him, you can't take that shot. You can't let him talk to you about like that or whatever. You got to go talk shit about him now. Go talk shit. Go fucking tell him he's a fucking loser. And then they bring up all the ways that the guy's the loser, and Ninja fires it off. He just sends it off. He fires it because that's what's actually happening. His fucking people are pressuring him in the chat to just roast somebody all fucking day because they're bored. They're like ravenous fucking gladiatorial fucking audience that needs blood, and so they just egg him on all goddamn day. It's another reason why I don't read the chat, because I have a serious fucking problem with peer pressure. If anybody tells me to do something, I'll fucking do it. I'm not afraid of anything at all, you know.
In the show.
So like, and I know that, so I'm like Marty McFly. When somebody calls him a chicken, I just go, oh yeah, you think I'm a chicken, huh? Okay, I'll do it. What is it? That doesn't matter. Whatever the fuck it is, I'll do it. I'll jump off a building. I don't fucking care. What is it? You know, and then what do you need it to be or whatever, you know? And it's weird like that. And so that's another reason why I don't do the chat, because they'll be egging me on to go talk shit to somebody or something, and pick some fight with some streamer that's way more successful than me, or some stupid shit that I just don't give a shit about. And that's another thing I don't, you know, and I definitely just don't want it.
But no, instead we get off-brand Jonkler. I'm not even going to call him
Junkler.
Joker.
Oh,
we get Mrs. Freeze, who, to be fair, does have a fat ass. That's like the only
Mrs. Freeze.
real benefit of her character.
What's wrong with Mr. Freeze?
And then when they released these characters as well, they had like
Victor
disgustingly
Freeze was such a
overpriced
good
skins
character,
that were like,
and his wife was like a spinning, you know, like a spinning dream in that fucking hourglass of his or whatever. She was never a real character. What the fuck is that?
$10 or $15 a piece. Now, I do want to give a little bit of sympathy to Rocksteady. On the lead up to Season 3, Rocksteady was hit with an insane amount of layoffs due to incredibly...
Oh, yeah. So, but I mean, the combat got polished, though.
Poor sales of Suicide Squad. And this really does show. There's a lot of cutscenes in Season 3 where your characters say absolutely nothing because they couldn't get anyone to come back into the office and record the lines. They probably couldn't afford them. And more importantly as well, you've got more characters you can swap
those
out
voice
now than the
actors
main
weren't
four.
good.
For example, Joker and Mrs. Freeze. So in cutscenes,
Mrs. Freeze. I'm sorry, for 50 years I've been hearing about Victor fucking Freeze. What's a Mr. Freeze? What is a Mrs. Freeze? Like, I remember what happened to her. She was killed by the company who controlled Victor Freeze when he was working on his ice research and all this. And she ended up being frozen for all eternity while he tried to figure out the cure for freezing to death. If you recall, it was a wonderful little Batman thing about what happens when you get obsessed with trying to solve problems that you can't solve. That's what Mr. Freeze was. That's the psychiatric background in Batman is what made him so cool. Mrs. Freeze sounds like something from some weird Sweetwater woke shit.
Stand around looking.
I've never heard of Mrs. Freeze, not my whole life, and I've been watching Batman for 42 years. What the fuck are you talking about, you weird developer? What the fuck are you talking about? That's the voices that I turn off.
Very awkwardly, not even being animated in the face.
The cutscenes that I skip.
They look like Roblox
What the
NPCs.
fuck are you talking about, developer? Yeah, no, they look okay.
Do they talk? Please tell me they talk. Wow. Oh, it's so emotional.
Oh my god.
As well. Like, they're all straight facing. I get it. It's a skeleton crew. I get it. But that, man, that's like going into a tavern in Skyrim and just seeing someone drinking a mead. Even the senior management said, and I'm quoting them right here, the current reconstructing of the company will result in a lower quality product. So even they're admitting what they're putting out right now is slop. They are putting out like Pyro Live levels of slop. It is sad though. Like, I don't want to be the person that's dancing on a grave because again, it's like, you know, this included junior staff and then people that have probably been working at Rocksteady for years and years. But finally, they delivered. Rocksteady gave us Season 3 and it introduces a brand new character called Lawless. Have you heard of Lawless?
No,
you probably haven't.
No, nobody's heard of Mrs. Freeze or Lawless. Well, why did you retcon fucking 50 years of Batman, you piece of shit developer? Why? You wonder why I cuss developers all day. It's because you guys do stupid shit like this. Who the fuck is whatever he just said? I know every character in the Batman lexicon. I beat the goddamn Arkham games like all the other fucking nerds, and I did the Riddler quests. I know every character in Batman because I watched the animated series like 15 times or whatever. And I don't care about canon past that, but up until the fucking animated series, I'm fairly sure I know most of everything there is to know about Batman, and I've never heard of Mrs. fucking Freeze beyond that lady who died like 30 years ago, that Victor Freeze is frozen, and there was always such a weird premise about Victor Freeze that he had frozen his wife and he was keeping her in a fucking freezer at his weird compound with his ghouls that he uses as, like, you know, as henchmen and stuff, and like and there was all this, and he was like totally this emotionless guy, and which is why I guess it was like okay for him to keep his wife's frozen corpse in a fucking like a suspended frozen animation for the rest of his life or whatever, while he was stuck in this fucking suit. Mr. Freeze was such a really good fucking story. It was actually really well written. But no, Mrs. Freeze, it breaks the ethos of the Mr. Freeze story to say that there is a Mrs. Freeze. Who the fuck is Mrs. Freeze?
Like a comic book nerd because they don't exist. She's a character basically invented by the writers for the game. She's Deadshot's daughter, which I don't mind.
Deadshot's daughter.
I do mind is
yeah, that's fine.
Her entire personality is she's an influencer. So she'll be going around the city killing monsters while live streaming it. Again, it's just sad, man. Like, I'm looking.
What?
Looking at Steam charts now, there's like 250 people playing the game, and when the game came out, it had 13,000 players, and it probably really should have just gone up from there with the amount of content they were planning to put out. But yeah, I honestly feel really sad for Rocksteady. I have no idea what they're going to put out for Season 4. I don't know what new hero they're going to put out, because that is their final obligation, because I think right now they're all busy remastering Hogwarts Legacy, a game that has thousands of...
I just bought Hogwarts Legacy new. It's only been out for 2 years, and you're remastering Hogwarts Legacy. I haven't even gotten around to playing this game. It's just sitting in my fucking thing. And you're remastering this game? I bought this game for $30. Like I don't know, what was it? Like on the summer sale. I got this on the summer sale, I think. And I haven't played it yet. And what are you talking about remastering it? I got it for $30 on the summer sale because it was still $60 up until June. What are you talking about remastering Hogwarts Legacy? You fucking thieves. You're just re-releasing the same game again so you can get the same money and the same fucking Harry Potter push that you got before. And all those Harry Potter kids that have only ever played Hogwarts Legacy are definitely going to buy it, and you know it. Oh, you guys are so shameless. I hate you.
People playing it right now, which is...
You're like fucking all the Harry Potter kids. Do you not like Harry Potter kids? Because you seem to be coming for their wallet.
Incredibly high number compared to the amount of people playing Suicide Squad. But yeah, I'm wondering what they put in as the final character. Maybe they just add Jonkler. Like, I'm not even talking about like the Joker we got. I'm talking about like the actual Jonkler meme that everyone keeps reposting on TikTok. Another thing I am really concerned about though, and I do mention this on stream, is, you know, you can save the heroes, right? So far, it's Season 3. You've saved the Flash and you've saved Green Lantern, right? And they do have their own voice lines. They have like a sentence or two recorded before you save them. And one thing I noticed is if you look at the pods, you've got Superman, Wonder Woman, who died. She was never actually infected by Brainiac, so I'm not really sure how you can save her. And Batman, which makes me think Rocksteady at the minute might actually be sat on like a couple of sentences from Kevin Conroy that he recorded for this DLC before he passed away. Rest in peace. So genuinely, I think the only good thing that could come from Season 4 is the inclusion of possibly saving Batman, which then means the internet is going to be able to get access to possibly one of the last things Kevin Conroy recorded before he passed away. Honestly,
love Kevin
I have no idea what they're going to
Conroy.
do for Season 4. I feel like they might try to wrap it up and you rescue the last 3 heroes that have been like, you know, contaminated by Brainiac or died. But if those pods remain empty and they don't make any more content, that is really gonna suck. All right, we got one more video. Suicide Squad. So there's this guy called Luke Stevens, and he's been pretty up to date on the coverage for Suicide Squad's game, Kill the Justice League. They've added another character, and I'm not joking you, it's even worse.
Now, look at on his own video, he literally shows the video that he carbon copied. Suicide Squad somehow got worse. 30 minutes and 52 seconds. I'm looking at this game just keeps getting worse, so he can't get sued for plagiarism, right? And we're talking about the same exact video, so he just copied Luke Stevens, who I think has more hits than him. No, he's got more hits than Luke. But yeah, Jesus Christ, man! Like, look at them carbon copy each other.
Odds game, Kill the Justice League. They've added another character, and I'm not joking you, it's even worse.
Let me explain what's happening. Season 3 is dropping. They're adding a new playable character called Lawless.
Why?
And if you're confused...
Was Lawless part of the comics?
No.
I mean, probably. Zoe Lawson. Okay, I guess that's her.
She is?
Is that her?
Okay, Lawless. She looks like a short bus Robin.
I mean, I guess so.
Is that insensitive? But I mean, I'm not saying that to be insensitive to disability people. I'm saying it to be like to insult the fucking artist. She looks like a fucking low rent fucking
So it was an actual character? The daughter of...
Oh no. It's the daughter of Deadshot.
Deadshot. Her father is a ruthless killer with a death wish. Her Prime Earth counterpart is known as Live Shot. God, that's awful. What a terrible name. Yeah, there's so many comic book characters you forget about because they're just terrible. Lawless is not a real character. I just wanted to double check because I know these names sound ridiculous and then you find out it was a character that had one comic in the 70s.
Totally fine. It seems like most people I know who are really into comic books and DC also have no idea who Lawless is, so allow me to...
Okay, he checked as well.
Why
so,
are we
read off
retconning?
the
Don't you guys have the rights to the Suicide Squad? You do, or you wouldn't be making the game. That has a lot of really super fucking good characters in it. Some of them were even made for the Suicide Squad, I think. Like, why would you make one up? Why not just... Don't you have the rights to Suicide Squad? Use one of the fucking characters that are actually in the Suicide Squad. I don't really get that. I don't... Like what? Like, what? Like, I don't really understand the choices that you make. Why would you retcon a new character into the Suicide Squad kills the Justice League? You have all these iconic characters that you paid, like, I don't know, probably like $50 million for or something like that. You have the right to use them. You bought the rights. You can freely use the entire cast of Suicide Squad. So you choose to retcon a new character in. I don't really understand that.
They've written for this new
Why?
character. Bear in mind, this game is struggling.
Why?
Swinging with a...
I'll be honest, it's not struggling.
Oh,
it's
the
dead.
critical
They
choices
can't
that
save
you
the
guys
game.
made.
They genuinely, like, in the
You're
nicest
so
way possible,
stupid.
they cannot save this game. It's
They
not
can't
possible.
save it. And
So
it looks
what they're doing is
savable,
they
too. That's the worst. The combat actually looks savable. Like, it could be good if you just turned off the music and the fucking crappy music, the crappy voices, and the crappy lore that they didn't have enough money to do or whatever to a DC standard or whatever. And you just get down to the Rocksteady combat. It actually looked fun.
Just cutting their life.
God damn it, I want to buy the game, and I'm not paying $60 for it. Jesus Christ. So, and then even your pricing is oppressive and shitty and badly done.
They're putting in...
you know the game tanked, but so why would you continue to charge $70 for it? Why not just sell it for $5 and see how many suckers you get? They're not going to hate you for that. They're going to be like, oh, well, apparently they couldn't sell the game, so they just dropped it to $5. Get it while it's hot. And trust me, there are many people in the world who will play a triple, quote unquote, double A to triple A title for $5. They will buy your game for $5. They won't buy your game for $60. There's $70. They won't do that. Not when the entire scene pans it as the worst game ever made. But then we look at what's actually might be there, and we're like, oh my god, the combat might actually be good. What? And then so you're like tripped out by this, and you're like, what the fuck, man? All of these people panned this game. It's got the worst rating of all time, but I want to buy it.
In whatever they want now. Because they don't.
And what's with this weird, bizarro, backwards universe shit with these developers? The worst game that the community pans actually looked fairly fun to me.
Really have any?
It looked a lot more fun than fucking Throne and Liberty.
They're not worried about
and that's the game that you're all playing right now.
Being cancelled or people calling the game woke. They don't care.
That game is not woke. It's more like it's a sleep at the switch. It's a sleep at the switch. I don't think woke comes even into it. I think they're just bad. I don't think woke comes into it. I think they're just bad, and I don't think they play their own games. I don't think woke enters into it. Woke would be a good excuse. I don't think it even goes to that. I think they're just bad. I think they're full-blown bad. I think Rocksteady's always been bad. Ooh.
So
I mean, I like the Batman Arkham games, but there was parts of it that I hated. Like, you had to jump around on the gargoyles all the fucking time. It was so fucking boring, kind of. The combat was entertaining to watch, but it wasn't entertaining to play. It was like hammering the X button or whatever.
Sinking ships. They're doing what they want. There's no...
Yeah, like what?
Character they could add in this game. Honestly.
Also, I'm sorry, bro, but look at all these fucking plaques in the background, and yet you're playing on a crappy old Xbox One controller? Can't you, like, get an Elite or something? Oh, no, it is an Elite. I'm sorry, I didn't see it right. It is an Elite. Never mind, he's fine.
Unless they added
I was like, you don't have an Elite? Look at all your plaques in the background. Sometimes I trip out on stuff like this girl repellent that they do, and then I see the controller, and I'm like, wait, are you rocking the same crappy Xbox One controller from 2018 that I am? Come on, man. I live off $9,000 a year. You have the same controller as me? Sometimes I see that, too. I see them with the same stuff as me, and I'm like, man, but don't you have, like, $10 million or something?
In Conroy...
No, I mean, it's not that much. It's not as much as that, but it is like 6 figures. Don't you have 6 figures? Buy a fucking controller. Now, this is a nice controller. He's got an Elite, but I just couldn't see it is all.
As Batman that you could play as?
I couldn't see the fucking D-pad.
This game won't be saved. Or Mark Hamill.
But even then, if I have this kind of plaques and this kind of money in my fucking background, I'm getting a fancier controller than this with extra fucking sticks and extra fucking everything. I'm sorry, but I am. Like, okay, that's the first thing I'm buying is a fancy controller. If I ever make more than $1,000 a year doing this or whatever, the first thing I'm going to buy is a fancy controller, but I haven't, so I don't.
Is Joker.
I'll buy one of those PS5 haptics with an extra set of sticks on the back, and an extra set of sticks on the side, and like extra R1, extra R2, and all this shit. And I'm gonna blow like fucking $400 on a controller, because trust me, it actually really does make a fucking big difference. Console games with cheater controllers are so much easier. They're so much easier.
This game.
They've been making this other cheater one that'll cycle you left and right perfectly at the exact time that you need to dodge bullets instantly, and they had to ban it on Call of Duty and all the shooters and stuff, because it's like it makes it essentially like you can't get hit. You can't get hit by the bullets. Your fucking weird like robo run controller is like sidestepping for you, and it definitely does it faster than like perfectly, so the bullets can't hit you and shit. And they had to ban that day one. The second the controller came out, I think it's a Logitech controller, they had to ban it. That happened recently.
Saved. That's
but I'm buying that. You better believe me, if I'm playing on a controller in 2024, it better be like a fucking Wii remote with some haptic feedback shit with a 6-axis and stuff like that. I'm not fucking around with these old crappy base controllers that they don't know how to make anymore.
Possible.
I'm sorry.
Obviously
PS5 haptic look pretty cool. I've never actually handled one, which is weird, but I mean, I don't know, I don't hang out with console kids.
Mark
Not anymore anyways. I used to date a console kid, but I mean, like, you know, I don't hang out with console kids though.
Is dead.
Not really. Never have. Never really did. Now my best friend is a console kid, and he has like, I don't know, like 300,000 fucking achievement points or something, because he's a completionist, or probably more now. I don't even know. But yeah, like fucking, you know, but he was definitely a console kid. So I did consoles for a long time. I even bought 360 and sat next to him with System Link and all that for a long time. But the last time that I owned a console and I played it seriously was like the PS4 Pro, and I gave that to him.
Rest in peace.
And I gave my other PS4 Pro to her, because they're console kids. They'll actually appreciate it, you know. But the faster you can get me away from a controller, the better.
I did mention this.
Honestly, and I don't even think keyboard mouse is very good either. I just want full-blown VR remote controls at this point. I want to swing my arm every time I fight somebody immortal, or like every time my new world character swings her sword. I want to swing my arm. I would love to be able to actually fucking move my video game character with my body. I used to believe in this thing that ended up not like being vaporware, but it was like what's it called? It's it's so old I can't remember the name anymore. The Virtuix Omni. Did you guys ever hear about this? It's a treadmill with a VR headset and a light gun that lets you run around exactly like you are your character. Did you guys ever see the Virtuix Omni? And it never actually like you know, materialized. They took Quickstarters for it, and they even made like a fucking concept video for it. But then it turned out to be like, you know, a scam, because the tech just won't really support it. This weird tech that they had, I don't think is very safe. You go flying off of this thing all the time and probably harm yourself, you know. So they couldn't find a way without straps, I don't think, to truly secure you, so you can't go flying the fuck off it when you have like an oh shit, like uncanny valley moments where somebody fires at you headshot and you're like, oh shit, you go diving with your body in real life, and that's not too good because you're flying off of the treadmill. Maybe you dive forward, now you're face planting into the television and shit. So the Virtuix Omni never fucking materialized, but boy, it was a dream. I hyped this up for like 10 solid years, worse than Star Citizen or something like that. I was like, in the future, the video game players are going to be the ones that are more fit than the movie stars. We'll have to actually move our bodies to move our characters and shit, and we will have Adonis like god bodies. And I was like, the Virtuix Omni is going to save the fat ugly gamers, and I still believe it, sort of. I still think VR is still possible of providing this experience, but they just never managed to make it work. But it did look fun. Look at him move on it. They do have to strap him in though. You can tell they've got to strap him into it, which is stupid. Yeah, you like strap into a back thing, which is just, it looks unsafe. If you were to fly backwards shocked or something like that, that thing will impale you in the back. If you fall backwards on that thing, it will full blown spear you through your chest. Do you see it? This is so dangerous. If you were to fall, if you're a fat person or something, and you get addicted to the Virtuix Omni and you fall backwards on that thing, it's gonna spear right through the front of your fucking chest. If you fall backwards with enough force, like you know, fall backwards out of a video game response or something. It was such a good idea, but they can't do it safely. But this was so dope. I was like, this is the future of gaming, and one day I will not be the fat one. I'll be the one who runs 17 miles a day to keep my goddamn MMO character moving to all the fucking zones that I need to go to. Yeah, I run 17 miles a day or some shit. And I was like, why not? Why can't we have that? You know? Why can't we have that? I know why. It's because they got to do it with VR. But I don't know. I would like some system like this. Now they've done stuff since then that's like better than this, and we've seen some cool stuff, but none of it is very feasible. They had to like make games for it. That they showed Call of Duty on it one time, and it looked so fun. The dude playing Call of Duty on it looked like he was having the time of his life. He was like running and diving around and shit, and he was like really like enjoying it. You could see, and I was like, oh my god, like even Call of Duty might be acceptable on a fucking Virtuix Omni. You know, all games are probably fun on the Virtuix Omni. See, but this shit, nope. That's breaking. It won't work like this. Any fat people are gonna full blown break this like pretty much immediately. It probably has a weight limit where if you're over like 240 pounds, you're just gonna break through the bottom of this thing if you jump at all. If you jump at all on this thing, and it's like honestly, and you weigh like 320 pounds like most gamers, you're gonna go fucking breaking through the bottom of this thing. You can tell it just wasn't good tech, but it was a good idea. It is a good idea, and I dream of this being the reality. I do. I saw a way to do it one time. There's this virtual police trainer thing that you used to see in the arcades in the 80s and the 90s, and it's like this booth with a curtain, and you go in there and it's running like all these lasers in a box, so when you move you break the lasers, and then it gives you this perfect fucking shooter like Time Crisis, and you're like dodging like live in the game, but you're in a booth with lasers and stuff, and it's detecting that you're crouching and moving around, and your character does all the movements that you do, and it was actually so dope. And they came out with that shit in like 1996 or something like that, and I was like, why can't we get that now? Why can't we get laser boosts in our house that detect when we're like moving around and stuff? You know, I think the tech could get a lot better. I don't think we had the cities in the clouds like I wanted, you know. I think the tech could be way better than it is, and I think it's because these software developers are paying non-disclosure agreements rather than making their software grow at the level that hardware did. Hardware kept growing, but software didn't. Microsoft didn't really improve. Software is better. The video games are better, but it's not like break the fucking ceiling like AI did for hardware. Why would AI be better for hardware than software? But it was, because the software developers are all weird pederasts to sign non-disclosure agreements to not lose their careers and shit. It's fucking stupid, and they spend all that money on that rather than fucking fixing the product itself. It's fucking stupid. Not all of them are like this, but a bunch of them are. Bill Gates is.
No hesitation. I'm on the move. My motivation, I got nothing to prove.
Yeah, this is like when this hit, every gamer that I knew went insane. I used to show this to people and they're like, that's the future, it's the future. And I'm like, I know, it's the fucking future. This thing about sitting around on your couch all the time. That's only because the tech sucks. That's only because the tech sucks. Trust me, we could have these full blown like 3D VR generation fucking like closets in our houses that full blown create like, you know, essentially Sword Art Online. That's what I want. I want Sword Arts Online. And I think we've got the tech right now if the software developers weren't idiots. But the software developers are idiots, you know? I don't know why.
actually in my previous video. You can save the event.
You know, this Deadshot's this Live Shot's daughter character that they retconned into a perfectly acceptable, perfectly paid for, perfectly had the license for and everything fucking Suicide Squad thing. But no, they add some piece of shit character that's not even part of the canon, and they do shit like this all the time. I've never understood it.
You can save the Justice League. You can save them. And you can talk to them. So they've obviously recorded new lines of dialogue, or they've been sitting on old ones. So there might still be some Kevin Conroy. There might still be some Kevin Conroy lines that haven't.
That is cool. That is cool.
That haven't been recorded yet. Sorry, that haven't been released yet.
Let's see how they're gonna do it.
Wait, did I say Mark Hamill died? No, I meant Kevin Conroy. The Joker actor is alive and well, but he said he's not working.
The Joker actor is not alive and well. Joker actor is not alive and well. That is Mark Hamill. That is Luke Skywalker. He passed right after the last Star Wars film, didn't he? I'm fairly sure. Is Mark Hamill alive? I don't think so. I'm fairly sure he passed. Alive. Is Mark Hamill alive? Oh yeah, he is. Never mind, he is still alive. Oh good, he's still with us. Yeah. Never mind. No. What's the other one? Yeah. Kevin Conroy was the one in Batman the Animated Series that passed away, and then I'm getting Mark Hamill mixed up with Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher passed.
King as the Joker,
right? Carrie Fisher passed, didn't she? I think so. Or no, maybe she's alive too. Yeah, did Carrie Fisher pass? Yeah, she did. She passed, yeah. Cardiac arrest. She had a heart attack, yeah. That's a good way to go.
More because he feels like he can't do it without Kevin Conroy.
Hopefully not too cringe, right? Let's see. The first sentence. One of Gotham's newest and most ethical thieves. Ethical...
Metro's booming. You know what's funny? You know how I keep saying stuff wrong?
Ethical thief now.
Look who he's featuring with. Look who he's featuring with. Triple Red. Lawless is determined to use the skills of a master criminal that her father taught her to redistribute the wealth in her hometown. She's sending a message to the people of Gotham that they don't have to live in fear of the city's out-of-touch elites any longer. And her method of spreading this message is to live stream her heists. Dude. Wait, she's a live streamer? She's actually a streamer. Okay, I didn't even care about the whole wealth thing. That's fine. But don't make her a fucking TikToker, man. Every time she brutally murders an alien, it's like, yo, thanks for the 5. Zoe's father is Floyd Lawton, Deadshot. Zoe eagerly devoured any lesson her dad would teach her, exhibiting the same drive of pragmatism. Father's crimes, while the privileged class, yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's why Batman exists. When Brainiac invades Metropolis, he's brought along with him. Lawless is unable to resist the allure of the heist of the century by grabbing as much tech and selling it to the highest bidder. She's got anti-gravity tech that she stole. So basically, she has no abilities. She just stole tech from Brainiac. The influencer... Oh, God. Dude, the word influencer was like a black stain on the internet from 2010. The influencer playstyle sees Lawless amp things up with a focus on afflicting enemies with live wire bolt, as well as slowing enemies down using her unique talents with shock and awe. Melee kills will electrify all enemies within 10 meters, allowing for some major critical damage. The multitasker talent gives your melee strikes 50% to send enemies flying back. Revolutionary Thief. Season 3 will see you return to Gotham. Oh, that's right. Every season, they end up changing the map a little bit as well. Like with the Mrs. Freeze, it was all frozen. Holy crap. Look at all the detail on that gun, but you can't see it because the game is third person. Great. Dude, this looks like every Warzone gun imaginable, dude. I mean, they look cool, but it's a third-person game. They're just adding, like, a bunch of new abilities. God, they added a lot. Wow, these skins look awful. Modern classics. None of those look good. None of those look good. The very bottom, they had a pumpkin skin that looked cool. Not reinstalling the game, though.
It is such a parody of itself. Not reinstalling the game, though. I can't even tell if they're being serious or not anymore, but I'm pretty sure they're being serious.
The Deadshot one looked cool. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at his, to be fair, because I just never play as him. I only played as King Shark. but his was the most acceptable, definitely.
Yes. And to prove that they're being serious, I'm going to make you watch the opening of season 3, which I had to sit through when I booted this up on stream earlier today. Just take this in. Take this in. I'll play the clip.
Wait, let me try and find this actually. I traveled through the UK to fix my social anxiety.
I have social anxiety. I could give you a general
The Pyro viewer, what the hell? Okay, here we go. Let's give it a watch. I like how none of it's animated.
You don't have social anxiety. You have imposter syndrome. If you get rid of that, you wouldn't have social anxiety. You don't believe that you are legitimately a human being, and this is what the social TikTok media did to you. And you think that you have to be beautiful, or you have to be interesting, or you have to be super social all the time and all this. Nope. If you just act like yourself, you'll do absolutely fine. The barrier is entirely in your own mind, and it is imposter syndrome. It is not social anxiety. Social anxiety is something that everybody has. It's when you don't know how you feel about being in public, and everybody's got that. That is not, it's not some crippling thing that you're talking about. What you have is imposter syndrome. It's when you don't think that you're a good enough human being to be a member of the human race or something like that, you know? So you don't ever talk to anybody, and you're basically like a ghost in public, and that's what imposter syndrome is. It's a terrible thing. It's like being a ghost. Yeah, and honestly, when you act like a ghost and you never talk to anybody, and when you're in public, you don't really make any moves or talk to anybody or anything like that. They treat you like a ghost, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they just ignore you when you don't act super outgoing social all the time.
It as well, because they run out of budget, so it's all
too much social media.
It's all funny still frames. Oh my god, dude! It's not even the official channel. Leave this guy alone. So many dislikes.
I'm lawless. The lawbreakers already know what I'm about. But luckily for newbies, this is a good jumping on point. I did the whole Robin Hood thing in Gotham a while.
I feel so sorry for this girl, because she's probably going to get no work for how she's going to get like a horde of people like stalk her and harass her for being in such a dog ass game. Also, only 40 subs out of 1,000. Unlucky. You can so tell whoever wrote this bit just watched Pokemon and no one else.
That iceberg lounge party heist? Me and mine. Now Metropolis is under siege, and it's being suppressed in media. I had to get in there and do something. Okay, I had some help from the Suicide Squad. Thanks, Dad Shot. Anyway, Brainiac's been doing this mega colonizing shtick.
Who does this apply to, man? Who does this apply to? No one sees a streamer and thinks, oh, that's cool. People see a streamer and think, you're a fucking loser. Also, notice how there's someone begging for a collab down below. Okay, I'll give them that. That's pretty accurate. You've got an e-beggar in chat. That's actually pretty accurate.
I have something to show y'all straight from Brainiac's lab.
Oh, her sub number jumped up quite a bit there. She might... Yo, look at that. Look how quick it's jumping up.
Brainiac's been
Look
doing
at that
this
crappy, like, wouldn't the comic book art be better than this weird CGI stuff that looks like bad comic book art?
She's botting. Yo, mods. She's botting. She's botting subs, mods.
Across multiple dimensions.
Mods!
So I've been exploring,
She's getting like 20 subs a second, mods.
Unlike
She's actually, nah, she's botting.
Oh, I'll be back. We're supporting some great charities this month.
This is really sad because it reminds me of Hitman. Remember Hitman, the 2016 one? It had these amazing, you know, full motion video cutscenes, and then in the later videos, the later games, they lost all their budget. I mean, I can show you an example here. Like, you know, all these cutscenes, and the game looked insane. Like, I mean, they look a little bit dated now.
They do. Yeah.
That game is nearly 10 years old. Oh my fucking god, that's terrifying. Oh my god, that's an 8-year-old game. This Hitman 3, they just didn't have any money. So there's no actual cutscenes. I mean, there are cutscenes, but they're obviously all done in-game, where it's just the models and stuff. It's not like actual full-motion video cutscenes because they were expensive. So they basically had to save a lot of money. So, yeah, I mean, is their characters talking here?
Do you lose? We underestimated the Constant. Yeah, he's a glorified desk clerk.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad, though. That's kind of a step up. It was Hitman 2 that had the worst cutscenes. Hitman 2, it was literally just... Oh, that's right. These were awful. This is because when they tried selling Hitman 1, they tried to sell it episodically, but no one actually... You bought the game, and then each episode was released like every month.
Oh my god.
So they had no money left. So then when they... Yeah, like, this was all the cutscenes here. It was literally just like... It's just stills that they made, and then they did like a sweeping shot for each one. It sucked. And then they made it a little bit better in Hitman 3, but it was nowhere near as good as the first one, but they just didn't have the money anymore. And that's exactly what's happening here. Like, they've got these great animations and stuff, but they're not getting 3D animations because all of this cutscene probably cost just under or just over $100,000, and an animation of like Hitman 1 tier, like full CG, with all of this going on, full motion, that would probably be millions. Or the best part of $1 million.
Mods, drop the info links. This message is for Deadshot, Floyd Lawton. Hey, Dad, it's me, Zoe, which you know, obviously. So I broke a few rules, but I have very valid reasons, okay? Columbus...
This is like trying to be invested in a South Park character talking. It's 4 different frames on rotation.
Listen, things are spicy and I shouldn't do it alone, so, you know, come pick me up.
Yeah, I don't even mind the character, but it's just... Dude, you could have added any cool character, man. Like, they had the Joker.
They shouldn't
literally
add
added
anybody.
the Joker, and then no one else. You know, they've still got one more
add
season to do,
anybody.
right? Oh my god. Dude, could you imagine if they added Batman of the future? Okay, we know how we're gonna save Suicide Squad, boys. They've added 3 characters, right? Joker, Mrs. Freeze, Lawless. They still have a 4th character they need to do before they move on legally as a requirement for people that bought the special edition. They add Batman of the future. They add him through some weird time warp stuff into the game to be playable. They get the same voice actor. Holy cinema. That would be so good. Oh, it's called It's literally called it. It was called... Wait, I'm not lying. I told you. I wasn't talking up my ass. In the UK, it was called Batman of the Future. I'm not talking... I know it's called Batman Beyond. I know that. Shut up. But when I watched it as a kid, it was called Batman of the Future in the UK. I don't know why. Like in Europe. Not talking up my ass.
Of the stream, so you can enjoy it with me and everybody else who is in chat. And I would say enjoy, but I guess it's not really.
I don't know why it was called that. Maybe some weird licensing thing.
The Joker, who is also kind of like the Joker, baby. It wasn't even like a good Joker. At least he was just kind of cringe and like try hard. You know, it's like trying.
I will be honest. I was gonna play through the game as the Joker, but as soon as I found out it wasn't Mark Hamill, dropped. Immediately dropped. I do feel that Warner Brothers did approach them though, and they were like, "Ooh, Mark, could you voice the Joker?" And he was probably just like, "No, Kevin's gone. I don't want to touch that stuff anymore."
Mrs. Freeze, the second playable character, was also just like, it was kind of a needless gender swap in my opinion, and she didn't...
Mark Hamill doesn't need it. They pay him royalties every time Star Wars sells anything at all, and he doesn't need it. He's probably got like $1 billion or something like that. He doesn't need to do voice act work. I think the only reason he did Batman is I think he wanted to like let the people know that he wasn't totally gone. But I mean, after Star Wars, he didn't need to do anything. All of those people are mega rich. Carrie Fisher got into drugs. She talked about it on a really good stand-up special. She was also a stand-up comedian. Carrie Fisher is a very funny lady, actually. She did a whole stand-up special and everything, and she's a very funny lady. She talked about her mother and her father. Her mother is a very famous actress, and I forget their names and all this. Is it Henry Fonda? Somebody. She's Henry Fonda's kid. And so she grew up with all these fucking like luminary Hollywood people. These 3 will be enough. Yep. That one I don't like. And see, that one's annoying. We're going back to it. No, I'm going back to it, and I'm going to erase the comment. Why won't you go back to the video? Go back to the video.
This is the real Donald Trump. The guy who never pays his bills, the guy who stiffs his own workers, and then claims to have $10 billion and then rubs it in their face. That's the #1 cancer for the...
As soon as I found out it wasn't Mark Hamill, dropped immediately.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to pee. I'll be right back. No, I'm full. I was gonna have a popsicle, but I don't think I'm going to. I had ice cream already.
He dropped. I do feel that Warner Brothers did approach them though, and they were like, "Ooh, can you, Mark? Could you voice the Joker?" And he was probably just like, "No, Kevin's gone. I don't want to touch that stuff anymore."
Mrs. Freeze, the second playable character, was also just like, it was kind of a needless gender swap in my opinion, and she didn't really do anything that interesting, but more than anything, she was just bored.
She does have a fat ass though, so she gets a pass in my book. Mark said it wouldn't be the same. Mark has literally said in statements that he refuses to voice the Joker anymore because Kevin Conroy died.
Maybe this is all over.
Woke, but holy.
See what it's like, right? He wouldn't say what he's saying. All these people think that he's dumb because he's famous. But no, this kid actually knew what he was talking about. He was like, no, and he quoted a story, and I thought, he's quoting a story, isn't he? When he said it, I was like, oh, he's quoting something, isn't he? And he was. And he was like, no, you can go Google. And that's the problem with these kids. They think everybody's a liar because they all have imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's worth it.
Honestly, most good humans don't have the luxury to lie about anything, really. They can't get away with it. All the people around them will just bust them, you know?
At the end of the day, because her interactions with Deadshot are so cool that...
What would he... I mean, like, I guess they assume he's stupid, but no, the story that he told was so specific. I was like, he's quoting an article, isn't he? And he was. This kid's smart. He's smarter than the people that he's trolling.
It's worth having her in the squad. Maybe it gets...
Yeah, because the characters actually talk with each other in-game, right? So that would be kind of interesting to see if there's any kind of banter.
Better is my point. Each season is set up where basically you have to grind through 3 to 10 hours depending on which missions you pick and stuff.
I remember the end game. I made the huge mistake of streaming the Suicide Squad in one sitting, by the way. That was the worst mistake I made in my life. That was like an 8-hour stream, bro. That was awful. Maybe 9 hours.
What?
Maybe.
Listen to this dude. He's like, he's so privileged that an 8-hour stream is like terrible to him. I have done fucking 8 hours every day of my career. Every day, solid for like the last 3 years, something like that. Maybe I had some days off, and I did. I had some days off. Probably had about 15, 20 days off in the last like 3 years or something like that. I definitely have. But I mean, like mostly I do at least 6 to 8 hours every single day of all of my career. Every day. Being a streamer is so much fucking work. It's so stupid. If you want to actually reach hundreds of thousands of people, you need to be up in so many different places all the time. I think all the time that because I don't like social media, that seriously cripples my career as well. And I don't care. I don't need their money. I don't care about it crippling my career. I just don't care about social media. And I know that I don't want to self-advertise, and I know that I don't want to sell myself as a product, and I know I don't need to, and I know that I don't want to pressure anybody to, and I don't want to be slinging things to people all the time. I already was a drug dealer.
But I remember like
it's fucking stupid. I don't need to be slinging myself all the time. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't.
As soon as you had to go fight Brainiac, you had to grind this made-up currency they just pulled out their ass last minute. That was quite the stream. It was
like.
Literally mental breakdown stream. I was so close to calling it so many times. You could tell I was done, dude. I was done.
It's by
Yeah, he was like, I got to get this done in a day because they're saying it's the worst game of all time. And but why beat it? Why beat it if it's the worst game of all time? He probably actually liked it, or he wouldn't have beaten it. I don't know.
Completing the...
I'm assuming that's Deadshot's daughter. Yeah, she literally referred to him as dad, so yeah, it's Deadshot's daughter.
Dadshot.
Brainiac fight.
It's a mid-choice. I just don't...
Dadshot is so fucking cringe.
I don't think they care. It's like, I mean, they probably had these characters in concept for DLC before the game even came out, to be fair.
At the very end...
But none of these... I mean, the only way I'm going to get any appeal is by adding a character that I know, right?
Of that grind.
Yeah.
Again, you add Terry. You add Terry, future Batman. Sorted. That was his name, right? It was Terry. Yes,
Yeah,
I
Terry.
got it right. I got it right. If you guys want to deposit Reddit gold to my account, please click on the email in the description. Someone in chat said, "Oh, my wokeness."
With them, it's a little weird to make it so like the whole season is built around having a new player.
There will genuinely be people that are like, "Is that a black person in my video game?" I just think it's such a boring character. It's like, what if main character but daughter? Like they could have the Joker's daughter or something. I wouldn't care. They could have added Robin in this, right? You know when the Joker like basically groomed Robin and turned him into a mini Joker. Do you remember that? And then he shot him with the gun and killed Joker. You could have had that Robin as a playable character. I still wouldn't care. I think that'd suck. Joker is a groomer. I mean, he literally kidnapped Robin in one film and he turned him into a mini Joker and brainwashed him.
Average player.
Did he, Robin?
Is that they're going to boot up the game, try season 5, and then they're going to see this cutscene.
Gold kind furry.
Thank you, Chromosexual, for the 10. Appreciate it.
And play out the cartoony one, and then they're gonna grind with the same cast they had before: Mrs. Freeze, Joker, Harley, and maybe King Shark. And then they're going to move into the Brainiac fight, which, is there any surprise here? It's a reskin. This here is from Ben Gunn, who's doing the Dark Lord's work by clipping this and uploading it for everybody. And you can see it's just, once again, another fight against Brainiac.
So it's not even anything different. They've literally just had... Oh my god, you gotta be joking. Okay, he's just kind of react-andying to footage here. So I'm gonna go look at this stuff myself, actually. But I would recommend checking out Luke Stevens, because he does do good stuff. Yeah, let's have a look at the fight. Oh, wow, you poor 50-minute video, you poor man. He had to split this. He had to split this into different live streams, dude. I mean, that's kind of cool. They've got like her speaking and it's not just a static radio thing. Like, that's cool. I can't hate on that. So they're saving Green Lantern this season because every season they're saving a hero, basically. They already saved the Flash. Let me skip ahead to like rescue Green Lantern. Yeah, because you found out that like these guys are clones as well. Like all the Avengers are just clones, which is just moronic. So there was never any threat in the first place, so none of them are actually dead. Okay. He's hanging for dear life. I wonder how this cutscene is going to play out as well. Because you could play as anyone here, I'm guessing, right? Any mix of characters, because you've got the 4 originals, but then you've got Joker and Mrs. Freeze.
What's in store, right? Can I get a hand up? Since we're all working together now?
Did they talk? Please tell me they talk.
Warp drive active.
Wow. I didn't send money, did I? Oh, no, I did.
It's so emotionless as well. Like, they're all straight-facing. Dude, where's the... Where... I get it. It's a skeleton crew. I get it. But that... Man, that's like going into a tavern in...
We've watched this already. I'm going to get off this. What, did you put me back like 10 minutes or something? I don't know.
You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast for people who have been
Hysteria.
reading Stormy Daniels' testimony.
Thank you,
as
Hysteria,
Lana
for
Del
the
Rey
excellent content
lyrics
from the stream. I've
and
sub to your
cracking
channel.
themselves up.
Without question. So
I mean,
many. So many.
The line where she's like, where she says that Donald Trump told her that she reminded him of his daughter. That's Lana Del Rey. That's pure Lana.
Aaron, it was nonstop.
It was gross. Okay, on Tuesday, Stormy Daniels took the stand during Trump's hush money criminal trial in New York. Daniels testified against the former president, describing their sexual encounter in 2006 and brief subsequent correspondences. Daniels was going to go public with the story before Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, stepped in and paid her $130,000 to keep quiet. That money was falsely identified as legal expenses, and he's being charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. Alyssa, how gross was Stormy Daniels' testimony,
Aaron,
which is ongoing, by the way. She's coming back Wednesday.
She'll be back Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. Okay.
She'll be back Thursday. Aaron, we continue to have to pay the price for his crimes. That is it. I thought to myself, I'm like, I'm not turning the TV on. I'm not listening to this. And then I got into the car and I got a blow by blow. Aaron, Trump was in a t-shirt and boxer shorts. He called her honey bunch. He didn't use a condom, and so on and so forth.
That's so gross. Here's the thing. If old men have a right to tell young women whether or not they should be pregnant, then I should have a right to tell old men that I don't think they should fuck. I straight up do not think that gross old men should be having sex. I think it's awful. I think it should stop.
It is, Aaron, there were so many things. I think the part that I thought maybe was the most interesting, if that's the right word, was when Trump was engaging with Stormy on, like, being a porn star. Like, does she get residuals? Of course, that's his question. Does she get residuals?
Are you a union? How does that work? You get one of those green envelopes in the mail and you're like, all right, it's $300. Hooray. I'll pay my utilities with this month.
It was so weird.
It's all very
Not
weird.
just weird, it's gross. It's gross.
It's weird and gross. Daniels testified that she was 27 at the time and Trump was as old as her dad, around 60. This is all just it was all just so gross. I mean, and meanwhile, this is really the only criminal trial that Trump is going to face, it appears, before the election. Because of I guess a cascade of ridiculously bad or good luck, depending on what side you are.
Or Trump appointed judges.
Trump appointed, one judge that was like randomly luck of the draw selected for his case just happened to be one of the most in the pocket judges that Trump has, who has in the past also kind of gone to bat for him. We also have the case in Georgia where Fani Willis, for some reason, appointed someone she used to date to be the lead prosecutor. Like, why did you do that? Why? Look, that was a bad move. Why? And we have delays in D.C. thanks to the Supreme Court basically helping Donald Trump. I'm kind of the mind here. Maybe I'm being a little bit cynical, but I don't really think the courts are going to save us from him. I think
No. Courts have not been saving us really from anything lately, Aaron, so they're certainly not going to save us from him.
No, we should stop putting our faith in a justice system that we have been spending the last 5 years talking about how intractably corrupt it is.
Oh, I stopped doing that when I was 17.
It is. It's not going to save us.
It's not. No one's coming to save us.
Nobody's coming to save us. That's why we have to vote and save ourselves, because I mean, look, things are bleak when you are sitting there taking a look at all of the ways that justice is not being served. It's really like a pitch room of ways that justice cannot be served, and they're trying out a whole bunch of different things here. You know that it's bad when you're like, well, at least some of these people are eventually going to die, right?
Eventually?
I know, but that's not good. Being like, well, they can't live forever.
They can't live forever.
Not a great
Maybe
place
they'll
to
die and they'll their chokehold on the banks and the money and all of the problems that we have and all the rent and everything. Maybe they'll just all die of old age and it'll go away.
Be in as an American.
It's not a good tactic.
It'll go away. They're not gonna die. No, old age isn't gonna get us out of this either.
Oh no, it's not a good tack. So yeah, this testimony and stuff. I don't know. There's a kind of a lot of New York media loves this because it's like a planned event where they can go and set up their cameras and know that something is going to happen.
And it's springtime.
It's not so unpleasant to be outdoors anymore.
Oh, no, I'm dying.
It's one of those things where I think it's oversaturated, and so I'm kind of just like, all right, well, this is amusing, but like, let's get to the real shit.
Let us know how it ends.
Yeah. I wanted to kind of circle back to something that happened last week that we missed and a lot of people missed. I think in part because some of the oxygen in the room is being sucked up by this trial.
At least they look real.
You know, it's kind of circusy at this point. But during an interview last week with a local Michigan TV station, Fox 2 Detroit, Trump repeatedly downplayed the significance of abortion rights, insisting it's, quote, not that big of an issue. And then he claimed that Republicans are the, quote, party of fertilization.
Aaron.
Oh my God.
Party of fertilization. What are we supposed to do with that?
The party of fertilization, it sounds like a Hawaii conference for Monsanto executives that got out of hand.
Aaron, if there are "Make America Fertile Again" bumper stickers, I will hit the person who puts it on their car.
Gross. I mean, the party of fertilization. It sounds like a bonfire centered around like a pile of cow poop or something. Bat guano. Where the party of fertilization. Apparently,
nice.
What he meant is that Republicans actually want women to have access to IVF.
But they don't. They're making it harder and harder.
They don't.
That's the thing.
They lie all the time.
Aaron, it's all lies.
But they don't.
I
It's
feel
just
like
lies.
that scene in Legally Blonde where Reese Witherspoon just throws chocolate at the camera and says "liar."
Liar.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Elsewhere in the interview, Trump falsely claimed that women routinely have abortions in the 9th month of pregnancy.
All the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. A, it doesn't happen. B, if it does happen, it's like under extremely
Wait, I got like
tragic
8 more Garista shuttles now for some reason. Did I place a buy order for these? I must have. I was like, I want a whole bunch of these shuttles, I guess. Well, let's sell them. Garista shuttles are dope. Yeah. Garista shuttles. Yeah, sell them. Maybe Greaser shuttles will make me a lot of money. We'll see. Alright, anything else? Here's a Tyrannus. Get rid of that. 27 million. Yes, I'll take it, please. Thrasher Fleet issue. Yeah, we'll take it. More money, please. Stabber. I'll sell a Stabber. Yeah, I'll take the Stabber. Man, holes are a good deal for HyperNet. So, yeah, I guess I'll go gambling for a little bit here.
Circumstances. And see, like, if a baby is viable outside the womb, you don't, like, they'll just take it out.
Right.
They take it out and they try to save both people.
It's the most cynical thing that Republicans try to push. This whole idea of the 9th month. It is disgusting and it is cynical that they think people would believe it.
I mean, imagine if we were saying, like, you know what? We've got doctors sneaking into people's houses performing circumcisions on men.
It's happening everywhere.
Happening everywhere up until they're 50. They don't even want them. It's like
just fairies in the middle of the night with scalpels.
It's like, it's not happening. No reputable doctor would agree to do this.
No.
This is so stupid. It's so stupid. I am about 9 months pregnant now, and I am cranky as a hen on a pile of eggs. And I would do just about anything for this to be done. But also, like, I'm not like, get rid of it. This is terrible. Like,
that's it. I've reached my maximum capacity. My threshold has been breached.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. And speaking of weird, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least address Kristi Noem. Okay. I am sort of starting to think that Kristi Noem's continuing shit-eating tour. Like, she's just going around to every possible news outlet eating shit over and over and over again. It has to be some sort of, like, humiliation sideshow. Like, why? What is she doing?
I mean,
first of all, her supporters can't read, so they're not going to buy her book.
I mean, Erin, it's like she invested all that money in her new teeth, and she's like, I am getting my money's worth, come hell or high water.
I guess, but it just seems like nobody thinks this is going well for her.
Except her.
Does she think it's going well for her, though? Because she keeps doing it, but that doesn't necessarily mean she thinks it's going well. I feel like there are forces that are unseen that are compelling Kristi Noem to continue to make a complete, like, South Dakota ass, like Mount Rushmore size ass of herself.
Do you think, Erin, that it is that her husband is like, listen, like you said last week, you're like, I think she made this shit up. I don't think she shot the dog. Do you think her husband's like, you made this lie up, you put it in the book, now get out there and sell it?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was texting about this with my brother, who agreed, independent of me, that she made the dog shooting story up as a way to sort of be like a rural pick-me. But now that she's told the lies, she definitely can't, like, she has to have shot the dog because it's weirder to lie about shooting a dog than it is to shoot a dog.
Deranged, yeah.
Right. So it sounds like a plot of, like, Curb. Like Larry David lies about shooting a dog and then, like, has to keep pretending that he shot a dog. R.I.P. to a great show. Okay, so, like, Kristi Noem, I wrote some jokes about Kristi Noem because I was like, this is insane. Kristi Noem is so tone deaf that she's about to release a Kendrick Lamar diss track. I think she's agreed to be the opening act on Drake's world tour.
Wait, the next one's the best. The next one's the best.
I think she's going to blow the whistle on Boeing just to take some of the heat off.
Yes.
And I think that Kristi Noem made a bet. You know, like in 90s movies when it's like, oh, I bet I can make that nerd into the prom queen and like blah, 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 blah. And then they fall in love with the nerd. I think Kristi Noem made a bet that she could become the least popular person in America. Like, she's in a race with somebody to become less popular than Casey Anthony. She wants to be someone who people want to shove when they see her in public.
I want to shove her.
Yeah, and you know, her face, face hasn't moved this entire time.
No.
It is just, you know what? You live in look, there are great things about the Midwest. Great things about the Midwest.
We love the Midwest.
The available plastic surgery and aesthetic work, the quality of it is not one of the best things.
It's not top notch.
It is not top notch. You don't want South Dakota Botox. You're gonna get something injected into your face. Come out to one of the coasts, preferably the west one.
Let us help you.
Let somebody who knows what they're doing help you, because that is a horse tranquilizer amount of face paralyzers in her face. She truly looks like a robot trying to talk about how Joe Biden's dog should have been killed too. It's one of the most bizarre. I hope that someday we have like the full oral history of this book tour. What was
do you know what I hope? I hope that we have to assume that Trump has actually vetted her to be VP, right? Like, please, when he doesn't pick her, someone release the paperwork. Let us see what they found that made her unappealing even to him.
See, I think that's a great call. I also think, like, you know, we've talked about this on the show, and we don't, love the New York Post. It can be a little bit salacious, but there was a story in the New York Post doesn't just like make shit up. They're talking to somebody. They're talking to somebody. They're sourcing their stories from somewhere. No. The places from which they're sourcing their stories might just be one specific corner of the pool, but they're still, doing journalism. Like several months back, there was a story in the New York Post about Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski having an affair.
Oh, I had forgotten about that. Gross.
And there's a part of me that's like, did she and her husband make some kind of pact where he was like, look, I think that we can work through this, but you need to go on a book tour where you just completely eat shit and are taken down like 17 notches. and then we'll start going to counseling once you're humble enough to own up to the mistakes that you've made.
Still not humble enough.
No. I mean, she's taking a humility bath, and
we're paying the price.
We're all paying the price.
Again.
I need to know what's behind this. This can't just be that she's like, this is a good idea, and every single time I do this, it continues.
Oh, I
to
got
be a good
200.
idea.
Yay.
Because it's not. It doesn't make sense. Christy Gnome's Shit-Eating Tour 2024. Anybody listening, if you know what's going on or you have a theory, hysteria@crooked.com.
We're open to any and all.
Open to any and all theories. If you know something, please specify that you actually know something. If it's an unhinged theory, specify it as such. Otherwise, we will assume that all correspondence is an unhinged theory. All right, moving along, we've got some abortion updates because there are always abortion updates. Alyssa, take it away.
Abortion updates. Okay, Missourians are trying to codify reproductive rights in their state constitution with a November ballot measure. A coalition called the Missourians for Constitutional Freedom gathered over 380,000 signatures to advocate for the abortion amendment